Chapter 403. That is, it can't be? Mad Dragon Sovereign. Is it really the Mad Dragon Sovereign who is ranked first on the monarch ranking of the Central State? Why would such a figure come to the Spiritual State Battle ranking list? Hundreds of millions of martial artists had gathered in Sky Chi City. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xing Luo, who had just appeared. Even Emperor Qin Lei, Shi Tiangang, and the other top emperors were shocked. The Mad Dragon Emperor Xing Luo was ranked first on the Central Prefecture's emperor ranking. It could even be said that the current star Luo was like the dragon god sovereign from 1,000 years ago. In front of Xing Luo, even the top sovereigns of the spiritual state felt pressured. Xing Luo's appearance caused everyone's attention to gather on him. No one paid any attention to the spatial crack that had swallowed Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, as well as the Blue Lightning Emperor. The primordial ages, power of ancient immortals. Xing Luo didn't pay attention to his surroundings. The other martial artists were all looking at him in surprise. His eyes glittered as he looked at the pitch-black spatial rift in front of him. From the crack, Xing Luo sensed the power of an ancient immortal that only existed in the legends of the primeval age. Compared to the primordial divine power that was born in the primordial era, the primordial divine power truly existed. Since the end of the primordial era, no one had ever grasped the power of an ancient immortal. The warriors of the Heaven Domain were only seen occasionally in some of the ancient forbidden areas of the Heaven Domain. Mad Dragon Sovereign? Is it really him? The Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, who originally had ugly expressions because of the disappearance of Zhang Qingtian's evil spirit soul, were now quite excited. The God Emperor of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty had gone to see the star Luo Sovereign before disappearing. They had wanted to find the star Luo Emperor countless times and ask him what was going on. However, it was a pity that the star Luo Emperor had always been in a semi-invisible state, and Shenren's head was nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the fact that the star Luo race would occasionally appear in the forbidden zones and outer realms, he would have been dead by now. They were all wondering if the star Luo Sovereign had already left the Heaven Realm. Now that they saw the star Luo Sovereign appear, they were naturally excited. Right, where are Shen Feng and Yi Xiaoning? It seems to have been swallowed by the spatial crack. Don't tell me they ended up in the chaotic void? No, this aura, it's an ancient ruin. Is there an ancient ruin behind this spatial rift? This is Sky Chi City's secret. After recovering from the shock of the star Luo clan's arrival, Niet Tian slowly returned to his senses. All the warriors in the city immediately looked at the spatial rift in shock. It should be noted that the aura emitted by the spatial crack was enough to send an existence like the Blue Lightning Monarch flying. With such a terrifying power, there must be a heaven-shaking treasure hidden inside. What a powerful pressure! What kind of power is this? It's impossible to get close. The first to react were the Sky Emperor Palace and the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. After all, the people who had disappeared were the top geniuses of their two forces. However, when they tried to approach it, they discovered that the spatial crack was emitting an extremely shocking aura. Even existences like Shi Tiangang were suppressed to the point that they were unable to approach. They looked at Xing Luo, who was standing at the edge of the crack with a calm expression, and their hearts grew more and more shocked. No wonder he was ranked first on the Emperor ranking, an existence on par with the Dragon God Emperor. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure broke through the sky and rushed onto the battle arena. He flew directly into the spatial crack. Although that person's speed was fast, all the warriors present could see him clearly. That was just a martial ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. That person was none other than Jian Hen. Could it be that only the younger generation can enter this ancient ruin? Seeing the martial ancestors, Jian Hen easily entered the spatial crack. After a moment of astonishment, the top forces all came to their senses. They let the younger generation carefully sense it. Sure enough, they discovered that the spatial crack emitted a terrifying pressure on the Emperor realm, but it did not suppress the younger generation of warriors at all. Swish! Swish! After confirming this, many great forces immediately sent many of their younger generation into the spatial crack. With such a great opportunity in front of them, they naturally could not let it go. Even the geniuses who had been eliminated from the battle ranking, as well as the ordinary martial emperors and martial ancestors of the younger generation, flew into the spatial crack. Palace Master? Sun Xiu was about to enter the spatial crack when a trace of Tao art power entangled her. Sun Xiu turned around and looked at Shi Tiangang in confusion. There's something strange about this ancient ruin. Don't go in for the time being. Shi Tiangang slowly transmitted his voice as an ancient talisman appeared in his hand. At this moment, the ancient talisman was flickering with red light. The red light was like blood. Sun Xiu's eyes twitched as she understood. That was her father's divination ancient talisman. Since the divination ancient talisman had a bloody light, it meant that it was a bad omen. What about Xin Feng? Sun Xiu looked at the spatial crack with worry in her eyes. Xin Feng is the son of great fortune. He should be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing and come out safely. Shi Tiangang could only think so. After all, Qin Yu had already fallen into it. Therefore, he could not let Sun Xiu fall into it again. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had been swallowed by the spatial crack, appeared in a vast world. A vast and desolate aura filled the entire sky. This ancient ruin is a bit old. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal spoke. Although it did not sense the existence of the dragon tribe, the dragon soul was still full of curiosity about this ancient ruin. The power that filled this ancient ruin was beyond its understanding. This sky has the power of the ancient immortals. It should be left behind from the primordial era. However, Qin Yu was able to sense it. Qin Yu had come into close contact with the power of the ancient immortals in his previous life in the immortal treasury. However, he had only come into contact with it. That level of immortal power was not something that mortals could touch at all. However, what Qin Yu cared about was not the power of the ancient immortals between heaven and earth. It was the reaction of the celestial creation seal. After coming to this ancient ruin, the celestial creation seal's vibration had obviously become more frequent and intense. It seemed to be a little excited. Qin Yu almost suspected that the celestial creation seal had gained sentience. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu immediately rushed in the direction of the celestial creation seal's vibration. In a void thousands of miles away from Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning stood in the void and looked up at the sky. In his eyes, there was a deep sword light flickering, as if he could see through heaven and earth. Faintly, the appearance of Xing Luo outside the space crack appeared. I didn't expect him to appear so soon. It seems that he has been in the spiritual state all these years. After a while, Yi Xiaoning withdrew his gaze. Just as Qin Yu had guessed, he was the Sky Burier Sword Immortal who had returned from reincarnation. As early as more than 10 years ago, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had awakened his memories. At that time, Xing Luo had sensed his existence and came across the realm. However, at that time, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal was only a child with a weak cultivation base. He could only seal his memories, and even the Sky Burier Sword Dao was completely sealed. It was only now that his cultivation base had advanced to the martial emperor realm that his memories were unsealed again. Previously, when he fought Qin Yu, he had no choice but to use the Sky Burier Sword Dao. He did not expect Xing Luo to track him down in an instant. Chapter 404. Sky Burier Sword Immortal looked around and waved his right hand. A spirit compass appeared in his hand. The ancient runes on the spirit compass lit up one after another. Then a rune light soared into the sky and shot in a certain direction. If one were to look down from the sky, the direction that the talisman light was taking Burier Heaven Sword Immortal to was precisely the direction that Qin Yu was flying towards. With Qin Yu and Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's cultivation, it didn't take long for them to discover each other. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had already appeared in front of an ancient divine palace, turned his head and looked in the southeast direction. Soon, a figure shot over at an extremely fast speed. It was Sky Burier, Sword Immortal. This kid, after the heaven-burying Sword Immortal summoned that talisman light into the compass and put it away, he looked at Qin Yu with a somewhat astonished expression. To be honest, there was such a talented genius in the martial emperor realm. In both his past life and present life, he had only seen Qin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense the reincarnation aura from Qin Yu, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal would have suspected that Qin Yu was also a reincarnator like him. This isn't a place for you to come. Leave. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal said indifferently. He withdrew his gaze and carefully sized up the divine palace's restriction. Qin Yu smiled and ignored Sky Burier, Sword Immortal. Since he had already confirmed Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's identity, there was no need for him to have any conflict with Sky Burier, Sword Immortal for the time being. There were some things that he could ask slowly in the future. After all, if they really fought. Although Qin Yu wasn't afraid of Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, he definitely couldn't kill him. Didn't you hear what I said? Sky Burier, Sword Immortal frowned when he saw that Qin Yu hadn't left and was still carefully sensing the divine palace's restriction. Do I have to listen to you? Qin Yu said indifferently. In terms of seniority, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal was considered his senior. However, there was no friendship between them. Qin Yu had only met Sky Burier, Sword Immortal once, when he was a martial king. Naturally, Qin Yu didn't need to talk about respecting the old and loving the young. Moreover, in the world of martial artists, the strong were revered. They were all samsara travelers now, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Qin Yu didn't think of himself as a junior of the Sky Burier, Sword Immortal. How dare you? Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's gaze turned several times sharp as a sword. In his eyes, the pitch-black sword shadow appeared once again, a sword intent that seemed capable of slaughtering all living beings in the world, swept through the heavens and the earth, scattering the wind and clouds. It was the heaven-burying sword Tao that had completely unleashed its divine might. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. When the heaven-burying Sword Immortal reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, Qin Yu was considered to have officially stepped into the martial Tao. After Qin Yu reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, the heaven-bearing Sword Immortal went to the immortal-seeking ancient road with his master. The two of them had reached the peak of the heaven domain one after the other. They had never fought against each other before. Qin Yu only wanted to confirm the heaven-bearing Sword Immortal's identity during the spiritual state battle ranking. But now, Qin Yu's battle intent rose in his heart, and he wanted to have a serious fight. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening beast roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing Sword Immortal both felt their bodies become heavy. A terrifying aura as vast as the sea appeared from the divine palace. In the next moment, Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing Sword Immortal saw it. A 10-jong-tall golden lion with golden fur stepped out of the palace. It was brimming with vigor. Primordial sacred beast, golden holy lion. Shock flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. In this era, primordial beings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, although this golden holy lion was a primordial being, it couldn't have lived from the primordial era until now. Otherwise, its cultivation wouldn't only be at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, no being could live from the primordial era until now. Golden holy lion. I was right. This ancient relic was left behind by the heavenly Qilin Saint Immortal. Seeing this, the heaven-bearing Sword Immortal's eyes flashed with joy. As a former peak martial emperor, he was known as the Sword Immortal. Why did he want to fight for the first place of the spiritual state battle ranking? His goal was to enter the ancient relic left behind by the heavenly Chilean Saint Immortal. This was a secret that the heaven-burying sword immortal had learned after going to the immortal-seeking ancient road. The previous champions of the spiritual state battle ranking would have the opportunity to enter this ancient relic. However, the previous geniuses of the spiritual state weren't qualified, so this ancient relic had never appeared. The heaven-burying sword immortal had wanted to take the first place of the battle ranking and enter this ancient relic openly. But he didn't expect that Qin Yu would appear out of nowhere. More importantly, Xinglua had never left the spiritual state. Therefore, the heaven-bearing sword immortal could only slice open the space with his sword and enter this ancient relic with an external force. The saint has an immortal order. Mediocre people can't enter. You came with an external force and should be killed. The golden holy lion spoke in human language and stepped into the air, directly passing through the restriction of the divine technique. As it stepped forward, golden light flashed on the golden holy lion's body, and an identical golden holy lion appeared. Boom! The two golden holy lions immediately turned into two beams of golden light and pounced toward Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. An ancient and domineering, killing intent exploded in all directions. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal's expressions turned serious, as expected of a primordial being. Although it was only at the peak of the martial emperor realm, it made them feel threatened. However, the two of them weren't afraid at all and immediately went up to meet it. Slash! The heaven-burying sword immortal yelled. The iron sword that seemed to have completed its transformation immediately emitted a dazzling sword light. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword turned pitch black, and the sword power that seemed to be able to slaughter the world became even more powerful and terrifying. Space-time annihilation array. Qin Yu's long spear condensed, and the space-time annihilation array surrounded it. The ancient dragon seal appeared and smashed out with a mighty and terrifying divine power. Rumble. Outside the ancient divine palace, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The golden holy lion was a primordial being. Although its cultivation hadn't reached the emperor realm, it could be said to be invincible among the martial emperors. If an ordinary martial emperor encountered it, he would definitely die. However, Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing sword immortal weren't ordinary martial emperors. In their previous lives, one of them was the dragon god emperor, who ranked first among the emperors in the sky region, and no one could shake his position. The other was a peerless sword immortal who suppressed an era. The two of them unleashed their full battle power and were evenly matched with the golden holy lion. It was difficult to determine the victor. Boom! The two golden holy lions opened their mouths and spat out a 5-foot-long golden light beam, which violently struck Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal were sent flying several thousand feet away. Swoosh! Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing sword immortal broke through the air and flew over in an instant. However, to their surprise, the two golden holy lions that were originally split into two had already merged into one. With your talent, you can enter the sage's immortal world. The golden holy lion's words made Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing sword immortal come back to their senses. It seemed that the previous battle was just the golden holy lion testing their strength. As soon as it finished speaking, a layer of golden divine light appeared on the golden holy lion's body, and the restrictions around the divine technique disappeared. A surge of immortal might from the primordial era suddenly spread out, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The real, primordial immortal force? Qin Yu's expression froze. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes. The immortal might emitted from the divine palace was the real, primordial immortal force. Could this ancient ruin have been left behind by a real immortal? Chapter 405. That's great. Sky Burier's sword immortal was even more excited. The information he had received was indeed true. The primordial heavenly Chilean Saint Immortal had stepped onto the true immortal path. In his previous life, he had even stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road to pursue the immortal path. I see. Qin Yu glanced at Sky Burier, Sword Immortal discreetly. He would be too stupid if he still didn't know that Sky Burier Sword Immortal's goal was to obtain the immortal force from the Divine Palace. Only the rumored primordial immortal force could make a peerless sword immortal participate in the spiritual state tournament ranking dutifully. Immortal force. Thinking to this point, a fiery expression flashed through Qin Yu's eyes. If he let go of such a heaven-defying opportunity, he would be struck by lightning. No matter how strong Qin Yu was in his previous life, he was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. He hadn't even stepped onto the peak of the martial Dao, not to mention a glimpse of the immortal path opportunity. Whoosh! Sky Burier Sword Immortal glanced at Qin Yu. Then his figure flashed and immediately rushed into the Divine Palace. Qin Yu's reaction wasn't slow either. He quickly turned into a beam of light, broke through the void, and flashed into the Divine Palace. After the two of them entered, the golden light on the golden holy lion's body dissipated, and it also entered the Divine Palace. The restriction outside the Divine Palace appeared once again. However, at this time, outside the ancient ruins on the battle arena in the center of Sky Qilin City, Xing Luo, who had been staring at the spatial crack, had a dazzling light in his eyes. The true primordial immortal force is indeed here. Xing Luo was like a hunter who had seen his prey. His gaze was terrifyingly sharp. He took a step forward, and an earth-shaking dragon roar resounded from his body. The shadow of a 1,000-foot-long dragon appeared with an incomparably domineering dragon aura. Heaven and earth changed color. In the next moment, the shadow of the dragon shattered the spatial crack and emitted a terrifying divine aura. Xing Luo flashed and entered the spatial crack. The mad dragon sovereign actually entered. What should we do? Should we join forces to break this restriction? Judging from this power, even if we were to join hands, it would be very difficult for us to break through it. In fact, we might even suffer a backlash from it. Indeed, earlier, the mad dragon sovereign seemed to have used some sort of secret technique to suppress his cultivation in order to pass through the restriction. Strange, isn't there a bone age limit? Why did the berserk dragon sovereign suppress his cultivation and enter? After all, he's the strongest on the Emperor leaderboard, so he naturally has many supreme, secret techniques. That's not important. What's important is the purpose of the mad dragon sovereign's sudden appearance. Are they here for this ancient relic, or are they here for someone? In Skychi City, there were 7 great forces and 10 Emperor Realm Masters from super great forces. After watching Xing Luo disappear, they gathered and discussed with each other. They planned to break the restriction of Skychi City and enter the spatial crack. Many of their top prodigies had entered the ancient ruins. Now a venerable emperor had charged into a group of martial emperors. It was like a ferocious tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep. If they were really targeting someone, then they would definitely die. Moreover, the venerable emperor who had entered was the mad dragon sovereign, who had the reputation of being the strongest venerable emperor. Of course, the ones who were most worried were the heavenly emperor palace and the heavenly spirit god dynasty. If the mad dragon sovereign had really come for someone, then it was most likely Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. In the divine palace, Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal came to an empty hall. In the main hall, there was only a stone statue that was about 10 feet tall. Its appearance could not be seen clearly as it floated in the air. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal stopped when they were 100 feet away from the stone statue. They had no choice but to stop. The stone statue emitted a vast immortal aura, which made them feel an indescribable pressure with every step they took. If they hadn't been peak venerable emperors in their previous lives, they probably wouldn't have been able to step into this hall. Saint, please show us your immortal aura. The golden saint lion knelt respectfully in front of the stone statue and spoke in the human language. As the golden saint lion spoke, The stone statue trembled slightly, and mysterious immortal inscriptions spread out. In the next moment, a trace of crystal-clear immortal chi, which seemed to be made of gold, appeared from the stone statue. It came to Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal and slowly flowed around them, as if it was a sentient object. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their hair stood on end. The immortal qi emitted a pressure that made them clearly feel that it had the power to kill them. The immortal qi circled around Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal, and then entered Qin Yu's body. How could the heaven-burying sword immortal's face changed slightly? He had the immortal seal of the heavenly Qilin Saint Immortal on him. However, he didn't dare to act rashly in the face of that terrifying aura. Qin Yu was delighted when he felt the immortal qi enter his body and gradually merge with the true origin of the battle dragon. His physical body wasn't good at first, but with the creation of the immemorial battle dragon art, it was comparable to an emperor body. Heaven-burying sword immortal's reincarnation body didn't have the potential of an emperor body at all. He had cultivated for more than 10 years with the help of the heavenly spirit god dynasty to reach his current level. Is this the true immortal aura? Even the dragon soul that was born in the body of the immortal ancient Shinran was astounded when it sensed the power of the immortal qi. Even the purple heaven godly lightning dragon and the golden flame heaven-burning dragon in the origin dragon world couldn't help but tremble. However, Qin Yu's body suddenly stiffened. The immortal qi that had merged with the true origin of the battle dragon suddenly bounced out of Qin Yu's body when Qin Yu was executing the immemorial battle dragon art. What's going on? Qin Yu was startled. The succession has failed. The golden holy lion said upon seeing this, even though it didn't know what had happened. It was obvious that Qin Yu's succession had failed. The heaven-burying sword immortal couldn't help but smile. Now that Qin Yu had failed, it was his chance. Failed. Qin Yu seemed to be in a daze. He was indeed in a daze. The reaction of the immortal qi to the immemorial battle dragon art seemed to be, the immortal qi seems to be afraid of the immemorial battle dragon art? The dragon soul said with uncertainty. Even the dragon soul didn't believe its own words. However, Qin Yu clearly sensed it. The immortal qi had indeed fled out of his body when the immemorial battle dragon art was activated. It was definitely a sign of fear. Would the immortal qi of the immemorial battle dragon art be afraid of it? Qin Yu had always thought the immemorial battle dragon art was only recorded as an ancient taboo art. It was because it could refine the blood of dragons and steal their mystical abilities to grow stronger. However, it seemed like the immemorial battle dragon art was not as simple as he had imagined. Qin Yu couldn't help but recall the blood demon who had obtained the immortal blood soul art from the blood demon continent. He remembered the blood demon mentioning that the immemorial battle dragon art was the most impressive mystical art among the 4 mystical arts. At that time, Qin Yu felt that the blood devil knew something. Now that he thought about it, the blood demon did not just know something. He might even know the true secret of the immemorial battle dragon art. Chapter 406. Meanwhile, the golden immortal qi entered the body of the sky-burying sword immortal after being scared away by the ancient battle dragon art. A magnificent immortal aura burst out from the sky-burying sword immortal's body. Vaguely, the immortal qi in the palace gathered toward the sky-burying sword immortal. The immortal aura of the sky-burying sword immortal grew stronger. Bang! Suddenly, the ancient ruins shook vigorously as the golden sacred lion raised its head. Someone's invading. The golden sacred lion turned into a ray of golden light and left the palace with a fierce look. They've chased after us. The sky-burying sword immortal's eyes turned cold as he disappeared from the palace with a flicker. This aura, the eyes of the dragon soul in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon, surged with a terrifying, murderous intent. Xing Luo. Qin Yu slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze had turned grave, stern and deep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Qin Yu was about to leave the palace, the seal of fortune in his soul vibrated vigorously. Its target seemed to be the stone statue. Qin Yu raised his brows slightly as he walked toward the stone statue. As the golden immortal Qi entered the sky-burying sword immortal's body, the immortal aura of the stone statue weakened tremendously. Qin Yu walked to the back of the stone statue. He discovered that there was a palm-sized stone case behind the stone statue. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. He had no idea who the stone statue was. However, since it had cultivated the immortal force, it was definitely one of the top existences in the ancient immortal realm. The treasures it left behind were definitely ordinary. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Xing Luo and the sky-burying sword immortal's murderous aura, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Yu to obtain the stone box. As soon as Qin Yu touched the stone box, a layer of golden immortal qi appeared as if it was trying to stop Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his brows slightly and pondered for a moment. The battle dragon's true force appeared as he executed the ancient battle dragon art. Immediately, the golden celestial aura on the stone box dissipated. Qin Yu immediately opened the stone box. There were 2 items inside, a dark red lotus seed and half a scroll. Hellfire Divine Lotus. When Qin Yu saw the dark red lotus seed, his eyes flashed with shock. The Karmic Fire Divine Lotus was a legendary Buddhist treasure that could be refined into karmic fire. Karmic fire could burn away one's sins. It would not be extinguished until all of one's sins had been burned away. In the world of martial artists who had not committed murder, no lives on his hands, it was easy to imagine how powerful the karmic fire was. However, it was not the Hellfire Divine Lotus that caused the celestial creation seal to react violently, but the other half of the scroll. Qin Yu took out the remnant scroll and opened it. The ancient scroll was engraved with countless mysterious Tao patterns. Among those mysterious Tao patterns, there were 4 ancient words. Great Fate Art. Qin Yu was shocked. He finally knew why the Destiny Immortal Seal had such a strong reaction toward the half-incomplete scroll. According to Qin Yu's art of stealing heaven's fortune, the Almighty who created the heavens stealing good fortune art had once been fortunate enough to observe the great fate art and gain enlightenment. That was how the heavens stealing good fortune art was born. The heavens stealing good fortune art was known as a divine art. However, the great fate art was the most powerful immortal art among the 3,000 great Taos. This was a true immortal art. Even though it was only half of the scroll, it was enough to make Qin Yu excited. Qin Yu immediately put the Hellfire Divine Lotus into the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal with a thought. The half-incomplete scroll of the Great Fate art was also absorbed by the Destiny Immortal Seal. As the power of providence seeped in, the countless mysterious Tao patterns on the ancient scroll instantly emitted immortal light. It was as if all the mysterious Tao patterns contained supreme immortal arts. However, each of those Tao patterns was like a star in the sky. They were observable but untouchable. Qin Yu was confused and could not make sense of them. Of course, now was not the time to delve into this. Qin Yu quietly left the divine palace. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the void thousands of miles away from the divine palace, a great battle was taking place. The 2 sides of the battle were Sky Burier Sword Immortal teaming up with the Golden Holy Lion to fight Mad Dragon Emperor Xing Luo. Even if Xing Luo had suppressed his cultivation, Sky Burier Sword Immortal would not have been able to stop him with his current strength. However, with the help of the immemorial sacred beast, the Golden Holy Lion, and the power of the ancient immortal in this ancient ruin, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was able to stop the violent Xing Luo. Is this the immemorial immortal power? After sending Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Golden Holy Lion flying with both hands, Xing Luo blasted the Golden Holy Lion away. Xing Luo looked at the cloud-like golden immortal qi around Sky Burier Sword Immortal. His eyes were burning with greed. All the emperors in the heaven region were interested in true immortal power. although there were no reliable ancient records. All the emperors in the heaven region knew about it. The path after the emperors was definitely related to immortal power. Now that there was such an opportunity, Xing Luo naturally would not let it go. Kid, do you think you can deal with me just by calculating the time of my reincarnation? You are still too young. With Sky Burier Sword Immortal seniority, he was indeed qualified to call Xing Luo a junior. For my master's sake, I will call you senior. I will also give you one last chance. Hand over the immemorial immortal power inheritance. Xing Luo said indifferently, You are a bastard who killed your master. How dare you talk about your master? Sky Burier Sword Immortal's voice was bone-chilling. It seems like you still don't know. Master used a secret technique to escape. Xing Luo's eyes were still indifferent. Xian Tian is still alive? Sky Burier Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. He should still be alive, but his condition is not good. He might be better off dead. Xing Luo said indifferently. Hee. The thing that Xian Tian regretted the most in his life was taking an ingrate like you as his disciple. Sky Burier Sword Immortal sneered. Every man for himself. If Master had agreed to help me, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I just made the most beneficial decision, Xing Luo said. Yes, what a good decision. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes became colder and murderous. It could be said that Xing Luo was the cause of his current situation. If it weren't for some fortuitous encounters that allowed him to reincarnate, his soul would have been completely destroyed. I don't want to say the same thing. Hand over the immemorial immortal power inheritance. Xing Luo didn't care about Sky Burier Sword Immortal's mockery. He only cared about the immemorial immortal power inheritance. If you want it, then let's see if you have the ability to take it away. The ancient sword in Sky Burier Sword Immortal's hand let out a crisp sword cry. Strands of golden immortal power merged with the divine sword. The sky changed color at this moment, and the clouds surged. Roar! The golden holy lion let out a low roar, and its golden fur stood up like golden needles. Golden beast patterns covered its body, and its aura became more ferocious. Do you really think you can deal with me with just a strand of immortal power? Xing Luo's eyes flashed coldly, and a dragon's roar shook the sky. A lifelike dragon that was thousands of feet long condensed in the sky. It was the primordial mad dragon. Boundless dragon aura spread out, suppressing heaven and earth. Chapter 407. 9 Revolution Berserk Dragon. It was Qin who had quietly left the divine palace and concealed his aura. Looking at the sky in the distance, the domineering primordial berserk dragon immediately dived into the ground. He even used the 9 Revolution berserk dragon arts. It seemed that Star Luo was serious. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. The 1,000-meter-long dragon suddenly swooped down with a power that could destroy the world. Slash! Sky Burier Sword Immortal roared as the pitch-black divine sword in his hand exuded a towering sword might. Within the sword might, there was also a terrifying immortal might. With the amplification of the two, sword rays that were dozens of feet long shot out like a hurricane. Roar! Golden divine light flowed within the golden beast patterns on the golden holy lion. It uttered a ferocious roar, firing a golden beam over 10 zhang wide. Rumble! Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the void. The commotion caused by the great battle caused the ancient remains to tremble intensely. In the void, huge spatial cracks spread out. Countless destructive shockwaves spread out, wreaking havoc in this world, destroying everything. Qin, who had entered the ground, watched the battle with rapt attention. Although the battle was intense, the two fighters seemed to be evenly matched. However, Qin could see that Star Luo was gradually gaining the upper hand. After all, Xing Luo was a peak Emperor Realm Master. Even though Sky Burier Sword Immortal had obtained the primordial immortal force inheritance, his cultivation base was still too weak to deal with Star Luo. If it weren't for the celestial Qilin, holy immortal suppressing Star Luo in the ruins, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, and the Golden Holy Lion had probably died long ago. Dragon Scale! After battling for close to an hour, the Star Luo race had gained the upper hand, and dragon patterns began to appear all over his body. In the next moment, faint crimson dragon scales appeared among the dragon patterns and covered Xing Luo's entire body. Even Xing Luo's eyes were slowly turning into dragon eyes. Although it was only the appearance of dragon scales, it had yet to truly transform into a dragon. However, Star Luo's aura had already soared by dozens of times. He clapped his hands in the air, and two faint crimson dragon claws tore through the air, creating deep ripples in the void. Pucci, the Sky Burier Sword Deity, and the Golden Holy Lion were immediately sent flying by the dragon claw. They spat out blood, and their auras became chaotic. Star Luo didn't give them a chance to react. He chased after them with his tyrannical, destructive might. Sky Burier Sword Immortal and Golden Holy Lion were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Immortal restriction. The Golden Holy Lion, bathed in golden divine blood, seemed to be executing some kind of secret technique. The Golden Holy Lion continued to crack. Suddenly, a dazzling golden divine light burst forth from its body, like a scorching sun rising into the sky. Ancient immortal restriction? The eyes of Star Luo, who was madly attacking, suddenly twitched. He could clearly sense wisps of mysterious ancient immortal force in the rift. They were like numerous chains that coiled around his limbs and bones, faintly restraining him. Even with the appearance of the Star Cataclysm dragon scales, it was still difficult to break free. Sword manipulation. Heaven-burying 3 swords. Sky Burier Sword Immortal seized the opportunity and used his Sky Burier Sword Dao. Behind Sky Burier Sword Immortal, 3 ancient, pitch-black swords that were several thousand feet long formed. The instant the ancient, pitch-black swords formed, they immediately turned into 3 streaks of sword light that tore through the void and slashed at the dragon like lightning. It was so fast that it could be said to be teleportation. It was so fast that it could ignore space and be faster than time. The sword manipulation art was called a divine art because of its extreme speed. Clang, clang, clang. A burst of blinding light appeared. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's heaven-burying 3 swords didn't cause any damage to Star Luo. The 1,000-meter-long dragon coiled around Xing Luo's body, forming a natural shield. After the 3 ancient, pitch-black swords pierced through the 1,000-foot-long dragon, they were blocked by the dragon scales that covered Star Luo's body. Qin knew that it was Star Luo's mad dragon body. Its defensive power was comparable to Qin Yu's dragon god tyrannical body at its peak. Of course, in terms of potential, the dragon god tyrannical body of the 9 esotericas of the battled Dragon 9 esotericas was undoubtedly far superior to the mad dragon body. After all, the dragon god tyrannical body's defensive power could continuously increase as Qin Yu's cultivation increased. Qin Yu didn't even see the limits of the 9 esotericas of the ancient era. While defending, Star Luo also used all sorts of mystic arts and abilities. Although he was currently trapped by the ancient immortal power, Star Luo could still sense it. The longer this dragged on, the weaker the immortal aura of the ancient ruin became. The suppression on him also became weaker. The Golden Holy Lion's actions were no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Once the suppression of the immortal aura completely disappeared, his cultivation would no longer be suppressed. Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Golden Holy Lion would definitely die. Heart Extinguishing Sword. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this. He suddenly formed a series of sword seals with both hands. A transparent sword mark of light appeared between his eyebrows, and mysterious sword runes spread out. Then a 5-foot-long sword of light quietly formed above Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's head. The sword of light seemed to be made of light. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. At this moment, bloody wounds appeared on Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's body. It seemed that his body couldn't withstand the power of the sword mark of light. What terrifying power! They could feel the terrifying sword aura from Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's body. Even Chinyu, who was extremely far away, felt all the hair on his body stand up. His heart shivered. If Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had used this move before, then even Star Luo couldn't help but look a lot more serious. He immediately formed a hand seal with both hands, and a vast amount of dragon chi entered the 1,000-foot-long dragon. It made the 1,000-foot-long dragon almost tangible, and its mighty dragon aura became even stronger. Whoosh! In the next instant, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's hand seal changed. The transparent sword of light immediately turned into a ray of light and flashed in the air. Poof! Star Luo's eyes widened. Before he could react, his body suddenly stiffened. The sword of light actually ignored his defense and directly pierced his heart. This mystic art. Star Luo's eyes widened. Star Luo raised his eyelids and looked at Sky Burier, Sword Immortal with a sinister, snake-like gaze. Violent killing, intent, and fury surged in his eyes. How Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, who had used the heart-extinguishing sword, suddenly froze. Star Luo, whose heart had been pierced by the sword of light, wasn't weakened at all. It was as if the sword just now hadn't hurt him at all. I see. So that's how it is. When the sword of light that pierced Star Luo's heart returned to Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's forehead. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's expression changed, and he immediately came back to his senses. Die! Star Luo's eyes became even more sinister. He roared, and the ancient immortal power that wrapped around his body immediately shattered. The dragon scales on Star Luo's right fist glowed. He punched out, and a 1,000-foot-long dragon fist exploded. Whoosh! Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, didn't know what he had discovered. He slashed with the pitch-black ancient sword in his hand, and a spatial rift immediately appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he and the golden holy lion entered the spatial crack. You want to run? Xing Luo, who had completely broken free of his ancient immortal power, charged into the spatial rift with the giant dragon 10,000 feet around him. Chapter 408. Roar! Chinyu, who had originally thought that the battle was over and was about to come out from the ground, faintly heard a resounding dragon cry. Oh no! Chinyu's expression changed. He immediately used the azure dragon battle the heavens with all his strength. Lightning and speed erupted as he fled. Rumble! Almost at this moment, a tsunami-like dragon aura erupted from the spatial rift. With the spatial rift as the center, the void within hundreds of thousands of miles was annihilated and the earth shattered. It turned into a completely destroyed area. The countless geniuses who had entered the ancient ruins to search for treasures had yet to realize what was going on. Their souls were completely destroyed, and not even a trace of them was left. This continued until the destructive might of the dragon might gradually dissipated. Somewhere in the destroyed area, a figure surrounded by the power of the sky stepped out from a ball of chaotic dragon aura. It was Chinyu. Although Chinyu had detected it in time, his current cultivation base was too weak. However, with his current cultivation base, there was no way for him to evade, so he could only hide in the origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul. The origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul was filled with space-time abilities. It reversed time and space to avoid the destructive dragon aura. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Chinyu immediately ran away with a flash. Judging from the vast dragon aura just now, Xing Luo must have transformed into an ancient dragon after recovering his large cultivation base. Otherwise, the remnant energy from the spatial rift would not have such destructive power. One had to know that behind the spatial rift was not an empty space or an ancient ruin. It was a vast and boundless chaotic void. However, Qin Yu could not figure out why Xing Luo would be enemies with Buried Sky Sword Immortal. Buried Sky Sword Immortal had used the Buried Sky Sword Immortal's 3 swords. It was impossible for Xing Luo not to recognize it. Even so, Xing Luo still tried to kill Buried Sky Sword Immortal. It was obvious that they had a grudge. However, Xing Luo was someone from the same era as him. When Xing Luo became famous, Buried Sky Sword Immortal had already gone to the immortal-seeking ancient road. Xing Luo should not have a grudge with Buried Sky Sword Immortal, although Qin Yu was unable to understand the reason behind it. However, there was one point. Buried Sky Sword Immortal and Xing Luo going against each other was a good thing for Qin Yu. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the future, when dealing with the Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors, he might be able to rope in the burying Heaven Sword Immortal. Of course, the precondition was that Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal could escape from Star Luo. After flying away from the destroyed void, Qin Yu was about to leave the ancient ruins. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon's soul let out a soft cry of surprise and directly appeared. There are fluctuations of chaos qi. After the dragon's soul sensed carefully, it looked in a certain direction and a glint flashed in its eyes. What he cultivated was the chaotic dragon qi. He was extremely sensitive to the chaotic qi. Let's go and take a look. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately changed his direction and flew away with the dragon's soul. 2 hours later, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul appeared in front of an ancient stone pillar. There were a total of several hundred stone pillars. Looking from the sky, they vaguely formed a mysterious array. Spirit vein? No, this is an acquired immortal meridian. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this spirit vein was only a top spirit vein, it was sealed by this array. However, he had been sealed here by the stone pillar formation and nurtured by the immortal qi for countless years. The spirit qi had completely changed and had immortal qi. Needless to say, Qin Yu could also guess. This acquired immortal meridian must have been set up by the ancient immortals of this ancient ruin. Immortal qi only appeared in the early stage of the primordial era. Later on, immortal qi disappeared and was replaced by spirit qi. Therefore, if the ancient immortals of the primordial era wanted to continue their cultivation, they had to cultivate immortal qi. This was the same as the ancient gods, who used the power of faith to condense divine power. In this way, it was convenient for Qin Yu and the dragon soul, because in the acquired immortal meridian, there was also innate chaos qi. This was a great tonic for the dragon soul. Qin Yu circled around the ancient stone pillar array. After circling around, the spirit array disc appeared in his hand. Mysterious array patterns spread out and seeped into the stone pillar array. However, the speed at which the array patterns seeped in was quite slow. After all, this was an array left behind by an ancient immortal of the primordial era. Even with Qin Yu's attainments, he had to be careful. Otherwise, this acquired immortal meridian would very likely explode. At that time, Qin Yu would be in big trouble. Just in case, the dragon soul was 100 feet away from Qin Yu and spread its space-time divine ability. It did not hinder Qin Yu and faintly enveloped the entire stone pillar array. Crack! After a full hour, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. A slight crack appeared on one of the stone pillars. After the crack appeared, it immediately spread out and covered the entire stone pillar. As if a chain reaction had occurred, all the stone pillars that suppressed the acquired immortal meridian began to crack. In the next moment, with a slight explosion, all the stone pillars immediately disappeared without a trace. Boom! Almost at the same time that the stone pillars exploded, the ground exploded. A pure spirit qi that was a few hundred feet tall immediately soared into the sky with a terrifying might, as if it was about to fly away. It actually gained sentience. Seal. Qin Yu was shocked and immediately reacted. His left hand filled the sky with array patterns to seal the world, while his right hand covered the sky with a seal to suppress the pure spirit chi that soared into the sky. With a loud bang, the divine light array patterns trembled violently, and Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale. The acquired immortal meridian contained too much power. Even with the enhancement of the divine light, it was difficult to suppress it. Seal. Qin Yu immediately used the green dragon battle the heavens to increase the power of the array patterns and the divine light. At the same time, the dragon soul's space-time divine ability appeared and merged with Qin Yu's divine light array patterns. Immediately, the world was affected by the power of space and immediately became distorted and turbulent, firmly suppressing the acquired immortal meridian. Hurry up and refine it, Qin Yu said to the dragon soul, and stepped into the acquired immortal meridian. The pores all over his body were like black holes, crazily devouring all the spirit chi. Qin Yu was originally worried that the acquired immortal meridian would counterattack, so he kept his guard up while refining the spirit chi. But soon, Qin Yu noticed that when he was using the primordial battle dragon art, the acquired immortal meridian, which had gained sentience, was like a frightened rabbit, constantly struggling to stay away from Qin Yu. It did not dare to counterattack like before. After noticing this, Qin Yu immediately used all his strength to refine the spirit chi. A spirit chi vortex vaguely appeared around him, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. The dragon soul was not slow either. Chaotic dragon chi appeared on its body, and its hands moved, forming an ancient and mysterious dragon seal. Immediately, strands of chaotic chi were extracted from the acquired immortal meridian and merged into the dragon soul's body. The purple lightning divine firmament dragon and the golden flame heavenly dragon, who were cultivating in the chaotic dragon realm, immediately discovered the chaotic dragon realm. It became more and more condensed, and it vaguely began to transform. Unknowingly, a month's time had passed. Ever since Xing Luo's destructive attack had affected countless prodigies, the remaining survivors had been scared witless. The rest of the remaining Sky Prides didn't dare to stay any longer. They had already left the ancient ruins. Chapter 409. As the surviving geniuses left, the news of what had happened in the ancient ruins spread like wildfire. Knowing that countless geniuses had died, the major forces of the spiritual state were heartbroken. However, they didn't know the details of what had happened. The battle between Yi Xiaoning and Xing Luo was witnessed by the surviving geniuses. After hearing the news, the hearts of everyone in the heavenly spirit dynasty sank. Xing Luo had come for Yi Xiaoning? How could Yi Xiaoning survive after being targeted by the strongest Emperor Realm Master? The people of the Heavenly Emperor Palace were also anxious. There was still no news of Qin Yu. The spatial crack had completely blocked their senses. The uneasiness in their hearts was getting stronger. If it weren't for the ancient immortal force surrounding the spatial crack, they would have broken in long ago. More than a month later, Qin Yu, who was crazily absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi, emitted a terrifying emperor aura. The celestial spiritual energy that had gathered in the surroundings exploded under the pressure. Third grade martial emperor realm. After crazily absorbing immortal spirit chi for more than 2 months, Qin Yu's cultivation had finally broken through. The dragon soul next to him was still concentrating on extracting the natural chaotic chi. Even so, the immortal spirit chi contained in the acquired immortal vein was still boundless. Qin Yu and the dragon soul had only absorbed 1/3 of it in 2 months. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu and the dragon soul's expressions changed slightly. They opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the divine palace. Then, a beam of immortal light shot up into the sky and disappeared from the destroyed area. Qin Yu and the dragon soul saw clearly that the immortal light was the stone statue. It seems that we have to leave this place. The dragon's soul looked at Qin Yu. Since the stone statue had flown away, Heaven Burier, sword deity, should have escaped the disaster. If he found that the treasure in the stone box had disappeared, he might come back to the ancient ruins. Indeed, it's better to leave. Although his cultivation had broken through and his strength had skyrocketed, he had seen the battle between Heaven Burier, sword deity, and Xing Luo. Qin Yu didn't have absolute confidence that he could deal with Heaven Burier, sword deity. It was safer to return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Immediately, Qin Yu stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The divine light that sealed this world immediately shrank to 1,000 feet and completely sealed the celestial vein. With a thought, Qin Yu stored the sealed acquired immortal vein into the ancient seal of the dragon god and immediately flew away. Because of the appearance of the Star Luo Empire and the ancient ruins, more and more experts gathered in Skychi City. Even the forces from the other 8 prefectures had crossed over. It's been more than 2 months. Among the people from the Sky Emperor Palace, Shi Tiangang, Sun Shiyu, and the others could not hide the worry on their faces. Qin Yu had not come out for such a long time. He was afraid that the odds were against him. But suddenly, Shi Tiangong's expression changed. He immediately focused his gaze on the spatial crack. Could it be? Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Shi Tiangong's face, the faces of Sun Shiyu and the others lit up. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure flashed out from the spatial crack. He's finally out. Seeing that Qin Yu had returned safely, the people from the Sky Emperor Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Rank 3 Martial Emperor? We don't know whether Yi Xiaoning is dead or alive, but Xin Feng actually obtained an opportunity. This kid's luck is extraordinary. Qin Yu's return alive was a joyous occasion for the Sky Emperor Palace. But for the other forces in the spiritual state that had lost countless geniuses, it was not a joyous occasion. When they saw that Qin Yu had not come out for such a long time, they thought that something had happened to him like Yi Xiaoning. He's the new genius from the Sky Emperor Palace. Can he really suppress Wu Wudi of the 10,000 martial sect with such cultivation? Countless forces in the spiritual state saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? The spiritual state has a peerless genius this time. With such talent, he might be comparable to the 5 Taoists of the middle state. It's hard to say in the future, but at the very least, none of the geniuses of the 9 states this time can be a match for the 5 Taoists. In addition to the major forces in the spiritual state, spies from the other 8 states were also curiously sizing up Qin Yu and discussing him. Let's go back to the palace. Relieved, Shi Tiangang did not hesitate and immediately led Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others back. Palace Master, what's the ranking of the spiritual state battle ranking this time? On the way back, Qin Yu curiously asked about the spiritual state battle ranking. After such a big incident, the battle ranking would definitely not be carried out this time. However, the top 12 of the battle ranking were related to the number of participants in the 9 states battle ranking, so there had to be a result. The specific ranking of the battle ranking probably needs to be discussed in detail. But don't worry, whether Yi Xiaoning comes back or not, you'll be first. Shi Tiangang said with a big smile. After all, Qin Yu had defeated Wan Tianya, the strongest of the older generation of geniuses, and he was definitely first. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace only had 2 people on the spiritual state battle ranking. One was first on the battle ranking, and the other was in the top 20. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace would surpass the 10,000 martial sect. 3 days later, in the Sky Emperor Palace, Qin Yu, who was absorbing the chaotic immortal qi in the ancient dragon seal, slightly changed his expression and came out of the ancient seal space. After dispelling the restriction outside the palace, a voice transmission talisman appeared in front of Qin Yu. Come to the Holy Palace. Shi Tiangong's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Has the ranking of the battle ranking been decided? Qin Yu murmured, left the palace, and came to the Holy Palace of the Sky Emperor Palace. But the moment he stepped into the Holy Palace, Qin Yu's body stiffened, and his eyes became confused and lifeless. Qin Yu, come here. At this moment, Shi Tiangong's calm voice sounded, and Qin Yu walked over. In the Holy Palace, in addition to Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and other sovereigns who were descendants of the three sovereigns, there were also 7 sovereigns and elders who were descendants of battle generals. Qin Yu, where did you get the secret technique you used on the spiritual state battle ranking? Shi Tiangang asked. I got it from the 3 sovereigns, Dao Space. Qin Yu replied in a dull voice. What kind of secret technique is that? What are the conditions for cultivating it? Shi Tiangang and the other sovereigns, as well as the descendants of the battle generals, were all surprised. The 3 sovereigns' 9 spirits technique can only be passed down in the Tao law space if one learns the divine abilities of the 3 sovereigns at the same time. It is not easy to pass it down, and it will consume a lot of vitality to use it. In serious cases, it will even damage one's foundation. Qin Yu replied in a dull voice. The divine abilities of the 3 sovereigns. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the descendants of the battle generals were disappointed. It seemed that they could not cultivate this secret technique. Damage one's foundation. Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the 3 sovereigns frowned. They looked at each other. It seemed that they would have to restrict Qin Yu from using it in the future. After asking about the amplification secret technique and the Dragon Clan's secret technique, Shi Tiangang looked at the descendants of the battle generals. Those sovereigns stood up and disappeared in an instant, leaving only Shi Tiangang there. Shi Tiangang moved his finger slightly, and Qin Yu immediately woke up. This is the ranking of the battle ranking this time, as well as the geniuses of the 9 states who participated in the heaven ranking. Shi Tiangang handed over the 2 pieces of information to Qin Yu. Many thanks, Palace Master. Qin Yu took the information, and Shi Tiangang did not say anything more, letting Qin Yu leave. It's actually the mind-bewitching technique. Fortunately, my Emperor soul has already recovered, or else I might have fallen for it. After leaving the palace, a smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Chapter 410. The mind-bewitching technique was a powerful illusion technique that could control one's mind unknowingly. With Shi Tiangang and the others at the Emperor realm, its power was naturally even more terrifying. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Yu an Emperor reincarnation, but he had also recovered his Emperor soul. As long as it was not a direct soul search, outsiders could not control him with illusion techniques. Just now, Qin Yu was just acting. Could it be that Sky Emperor Palace is suspecting your identity? The Dragon Soul asked. It was the first time that Sky Emperor Palace had directly tested Qin Yu. It shouldn't be. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. From Shi Tiangang's question, it was most likely that he was just curious about the origin of his secret technique. Perhaps the 12 generals were adding fuel to the fire in this matter. In fact, it was Qin Yu who did it. Although Qin Yu had shown great power and won honor for Sky Emperor Palace in the spiritual state battle ranking this time. However, Qin Yu's performance was too shocking, which naturally made Shi Tiangang and the others curious. In addition, the descendants of the generals were greedy for Qin Yu's secret technique. That was why the mind-bewitching technique happened this time. After returning to the palace, Qin Yu casually looked at the 2 reports. The appearance of the ancient ruins in Sky Chi City this time caused more than half of the top 100 prodigies of the spiritual state to die. Among the top 20, Zhou Jianian, Kong Bitao, Jin Wushuang, Qi Huanmei, and others were also killed in the ancient ruins. As for the top 30, 17 of them died. For the top 100 of the spiritual state battle ranking this time, the top forces of the spiritual state had to reselect people with good battle records from the eliminated prodigies to make up the numbers. All the major forces were more or less perfunctory about the battle ranking. Their focus was still on the ancient ruins in Sky Chi City. According to the observation of the past few days, the restriction emitted by the ancient ruins seemed to be gradually weakening. This made the forces that had sensed it a little restless and sent many powerhouses to Sky Chi City. After looking at the battle ranking, Qin Yu sized up the prodigies of the 9 states who participated in the heaven ranking. After looking for a while, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Judging from the invitations, the 20 geniuses from the Central Plains had the strength to crush the geniuses from the other 9 states. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, there were 5 Taoists in this generation of Zhongzhou. Only sky prides who are born in supreme Taoism orthodoxies could become Taoists. Their status was similar to that of saints and princes of dynasties. However, the combat strength of these 5 Taoists was comparable to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Their talent was so strong that it was shocking. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before entering the ancient seal of the divine dragon, borrowing the dragon soul's space-time divine ability to cultivate. The 9 states heaven leaderboard would be released in 3 months. This period of time was enough for him to increase his strength by a lot. More than half of the power of fortune in the Fortune Immortal Seal had been consumed after he obtained the remaining half of the great destiny art. Even his Providence star seemed to be having trouble maintaining itself. Therefore, Qin Yu had to think of a way to seize the power of Zhongzhou's Meridian of Providence during the Heaven List battle. Before that, he naturally had to win in the Heaven Leaderboard. Within the ancient seal of space-time, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul cultivated for 6 months before finally completely refining the primal chaos immortal vein. Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the peak of rank 3 Martial Emperor Realm. There were 9 ranks of Martial Emperor Realm. Every rank required a vast amount of spiritual energy to break through. Even 2/3 of the spiritual energy in the postnatal immortal vein was not enough for Qin Yu to break through to rank 4 Martial Emperor. After refining the primal chaos immortal vein, it would be difficult for Qin Yu's cultivation to have a large breakthrough in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to put effort into other methods. Currently, Qin Yu could still increase his strength in 2 aspects. One was spirit artifacts, and the other was spirit array discs. Although the 9 Nether Dragon Spear was already a divine rank spirit artifact, it was still being refined. It was not suitable for him to use it. Therefore, the only aspect that Qin Yu could increase his strength in was the spirit array discs. Speaking of which, it was indeed time for the spirit array discs to be upgraded. Qin Yu's current cultivation had already reached the Martial Emperor realm. The spirit array discs had to at least reach the divine rank. Only then could the spirit arrays contained within them be considered as killing moves. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately began to act. With his attainments in crafting, it could be said that it was extremely easy for him to refine divine artifacts. Very smoothly, he upgraded the spirit array discs. After that, Qin Yu began to set up various killing formations. The 4 Great Dragon Clan's divine abilities, the Dragon Soul's space-time divine ability, the Heaven Punishing Formation, the God Punishing Formation, and so on were all integrated into the killing formations. When Qin Yu was inscribing the formation runes, the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon took away the Hellfire Divine Lotus. In the end, it brought a pleasant surprise. The Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon's cultivation had increased explosively. It had reached rank 4 Martial Emperor. The Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Flame had also undergone a metamorphosis. The flame seed had actually given birth to Hellfire. When the 2 spiritual flames were overlaid, the power of the increase could be said to be 10 times stronger. As the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking approached, the geniuses of the 9 prefectures were all making preparations to challenge the heavenly ranking. In the dark, there were also some powers that were itching to make a move because the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking was about to arrive. 3 months' time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Yu was meditating in the cultivation room when Shi Tiangong's sound transmission talisman appeared again. Qin Yu went to the sacred palace. Sun Shiyu was already there. In addition to Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian and the other younger generation were also there. They would also follow to watch the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking. This time, in addition to Shi Tiangang, the heavenly imperial palace had also sent 5 powerful sovereigns to accompany them. The foundation of the spiritual state's top forces was undoubtedly displayed. After leaving the northern region by teleportation, the heavenly imperial palace and the others came to the spiritual state's state crossing platform. There, many of the top 20 geniuses participating in the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking had already gathered. The state crossing platform was one of the few places in the spiritual state that could directly teleport between the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures of the Qian domain were incomparably vast. If one wanted to go back and forth between the 9 prefectures, they would have to use the state crossing teleportation formation. As for the state crossing teleportation formation, the probability of being able to set it up was extremely low, even for a sovereign Great Array Rune Master. The state crossing teleportation formations of the Qian domain were basically left behind from the ancient era. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When all the forces had gathered, Shi Tiangang and the other top sovereigns opened the state crossing teleportation formation. In an instant, thousands of people in the spiritual state disappeared through the teleportation formation. Qian domain, Middle Prefecture, Sagely Sky Peak. The Sagely Sky Peak was 99,000 feet high, reaching straight into the clouds. The flowers, plants, and trees on the peak were overflowing with spiritual qi. They were green all year round and never withered. It was rumored that in the ancient era, a deity had once attained Tao at the Sagely Sky Peak and ascended in broad daylight. In the ancient era, there were also emperors and saint kings who had comprehended here and attained enlightenment in a day. There are countless rumors about the Sagely Sky Peak. Every rumor was bound to be accompanied by a top powerhouse in history. After countless rumors spread, even though this mountain looked ordinary, there was nothing special about it. In the hearts of the martial artists of Middle Prefecture, it naturally became a sacred place. Therefore, the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking and Qian domain's sovereign ranking were held at the Sagely Sky Peak. Today, it was the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking that was held every 3 years. The top geniuses of the 9 prefectures in the Qian domain gathered at the Sagely Sky Peak one after another. The top forces of the 9 prefectures, ancient demon clans, mysterious alien clans, and so on all showed up. At the top of the Sagely Sky Peak, there was an ancient city that was thousands of miles wide. Countless martial artists had already gathered in the city. Although this ancient city was usually regarded as a sacred place, it was quite deserted. However, it couldn't help but become lively. Chapter 411. At the top of the Saint Mountain, the ancient city was bustling with masters and geniuses. The forces of the spiritual state have arrived first. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, Heavenly Sun Holy Land, innumerable martial faction. Sure enough, the spiritual state sent the geniuses of these old forces. However, it said that something happened in Sky Chilin City and more than half of the top 20 geniuses of the spiritual state died. It seems that the spiritual state will be at the bottom of this year's 9 states heaven ranking. Seeing the top forces of the spiritual state coming up the mountain, the warriors in the ancient city chatted among themselves. Is this the Saint Mountain of the Middle Continent, the Saint Mountain? It's said that countless masters came here to comprehend Tao, but this city looks ordinary. It's not easy to comprehend the mysteries of the place where the ancient sages comprehended Tao. It would be great if I could get the opportunity to comprehend the ancient sages' fortuitous encounters. Except for Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, the younger generation of the spiritual state had never been to the Saint Mountain. Now that they had come to the Saint Mountain of the Middle Continent, they all looked around curiously. If it weren't for the control of their respective emperor masters, they would have scattered long ago. Qin Yu also looked at the divine heaven city. His gaze was slightly emotional. After thousands of years, this ancient city still looked the same as before. The big demon clans of the West Continent and the North Continent are here too. 9-headed Qilin, six-winged thunder python, mystic immortal sage tiger, golden-winged rock demon. Thousands of demons are coming. This time, many new geniuses of the demon clan have risen, and they all have the power to fight enemies above their level. After the warriors of the spiritual state entered the Saint Mountain, the masters of the demon clan from the West Continent and the North Continent flew over with surging demonic presence. These demons were all from the big clans of the West Continent and the North Continent. Each of their ancestors had a great background that could be traced back to the prehistoric times, or even the primeval times. The nine-headed Chelan demon clan and the golden-winged rock demon clan had the bloodline of prehistoric creatures flowing in their bodies. The human orthodoxies of the East Continent and the South Continent are here. This time, many geniuses from the East Continent and the South Continent. I wonder how many of them will be able to enter the 9 states heaven ranking this year. There are a total of 180 top geniuses in the 9 prefectures of the celestial region. However, there are only 36 people on the heaven board. It will be difficult to get on the heaven board. As time passed, the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain gathered. Sun Shiyu, Xianyuan Wentian, and the rest of the younger generation were all sizing up the prodigies of the 9 prefectures. They were only here to broaden their horizons and spar with the other prodigies of the 9 states. As for the top 36 on the heaven leaderboard, they were in their group. Other than Qinyu, Wan Tianya, and Wu Wudi, there was a possibility that they would be ranked on the heaven list. As for the others, they would probably only be able to visit this place. From this year's information, even Wan Tianya, who had been on the heaven roll in the previous tournament, would have a hard time. Sun Shiyu, Xianyuan Wentian, and the others would naturally not suffer any setbacks. After all, the world would be theirs in the future. However, coming here this time broadened their horizons considerably. The exotic beasts and alien races of the barren state and the demon state were extremely rare even in the spiritual state. Not to mention the legendary descendants of the gods in the most mysterious, divine prefecture. The descendants of the gods had always been walking on the path of cultivation of their ancestors, which was mysterious and unpredictable. In the past, there was a rumor that an ancient sect of the Middle State went to suppress the descendants of the gods in an attempt to obtain the divine power of the ancient gods. However, in the end, the descendants of the gods took out a decree of the gods and buried the entire sect in the divine prefecture. After that battle, no other major forces dared to target the descendants of the gods. Suddenly, a white jade pagoda flew over from the sky, and a vast divine aura descended. Everyone looked over and saw a group of tall and straight youths with extraordinary auras walking out of the white jade pagoda. The Middle State is finally here. Point Star Taoist Sect, Blue Wu Sheng Land, Gale God Court, Seven Thunder Ancient Sect, Phoenix Lotus Sect. The 5 Taoists are here. It seems that the prodigies of the Middle State are going to take the top spot in this year's Heaven Leaderboard. Haha, this is normal. The Middle State is a land of talents, and is where the fortune of the 9 states lies. Naturally, the prodigies of the Middle State are far superior to the other 8 states. Seeing the prodigies of the Middle State, especially the 5 famous Taoists who had recently risen to fame, the martial artists in the Divine Sky City were in heated discussions. The top prodigies of the other 8 states felt a lot of pressure. The Heaven Leaderboard battle of the 9 states concerned the power of the godly lay of fortune. The top prodigies of the 9 states naturally wanted to compete for the godly lay of fortune. The prodigies who had reached the age limit and could no longer participate in the Heaven Leaderboard were especially anxious. Emperor God Xianyu, 7-star Ancient Emperor, for symbols Tao Emperor. North Emperor Luan, standing among the prodigies of the spiritual state, Qin Yu quietly sized up the prodigies and major forces of the Middle State who had arrived. Although his eyes were calm, his heart was filled with a murderous intent. This was because he saw the 4 ancient emperors who had besieged him in his previous life. Emperor God Xian Yu was middle-aged and wore a black robe. He had a smile on his face and looked amiable. He was the god lord of Xian Yu God Court, one of the ancient dynasties of the Middle State. Seven-star ancient emperor had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wore a starry robe. Specks of astral energy swirled around Shaoqin, faintly appearing in the starry heavens. He was the sacred master of Star Point sect. For Symbol's Tao Emperor had white hair and a beard. He had wrinkles all over his body and wore a simple robe. He looked inconspicuous. However, for Symbol's Tao Emperor was one of the oldest ancient emperors in the Sky Domain. North Emperor Luan was the sect master of North Sect of the Middle State. He was ranked 5th on the Sky Domain Emperor list. His combat strength was extraordinary, and he was the sect master of Wusheng Land. These 4 ancient emperors had teamed up with Xing Luo to deal with Qin Yu in the immortal God Graveyard. Of course, apart from these 4 major forces, the forces of the ancient emperors who had attacked Qin Yu in his previous life had basically all arrived. For example, Ghost Emperor Zhentian's Ghost Emperor Sacred Island, Supreme Emperor Qi Yu's Crimson Spirit Dojo, Emperor God Tianyuan's Tianyuan God Court, etc. It could be said that the forces of the 12 ancient emperors who had attacked Qin Yu in his previous life had all gathered here. However, apart from the 4 ancient emperors, the ancient emperors of the other forces did not come. After taking a few glances, Qin Yu quietly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Although there were many enemies on the heavenly peak, there were all kinds of people. However, if he stared at a few Emperor Realm Masters with killing intent, he would be easily discovered. Thousands of years had passed. The 12 ancient emperors probably would not even dream of it. Not only had Qin Yu returned, but he had also appeared in front of them. Although this time they could not kill their enemies with their own hands. However, the next time Qin Yu came to the Central State, it would be the day when the 12 ancient emperors would die. One day later, the top 20 prodigies of the 9 states of the Sky Domain had all gathered in the Heavenly Peak City. However, the heaven ranking of the Spirit State did not start immediately. According to the rules of the heaven ranking, the 180 prodigies of the 9 states still had to go through the secret realm. Only by going through the secret realm would they be qualified to enter the heaven ranking. Now, they were waiting for the opening of the Heavenly Peak secret realm. When the masters of the 9 states of the Sky Domain arrived at the Heavenly Peak, one after another, in a remote palace in the Heavenly Peak, several mysterious people were gathering. Chapter 412. Judging from the spatial fluctuations, the appearance of the Saint Heaven-sealed world can only be delayed for 7 days. Don't worry, everything is ready. Even if the Saint Heaven-sealed world appears now, it won't affect the plan. If the plan succeeds, the heaven domain will be in complete chaos and the end of the world will be near. The mysterious people gathered, and after a simple discussion, they disappeared silently. Countless Emperor Realm Masters from the 9 states gathered in the divine Sky City, but no one noticed the whereabouts of the mysterious people. 7 days passed in a flash. On this day at dawn, a mysterious mist filled the void in the distance of the Saint Heaven Peak. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the mist, faintly showing signs of a strange phenomenon. The Saint Heaven-sealed world has appeared. An Emperor Realm Master's eyes were as clear as a mirror, clearly reflecting the situation in the mist. An ancient stone palace could be vaguely seen in the mist. After passing through the stone temple, one could enter the Saint Heaven-sealed world. It was rumored that the Saint Heaven-sealed world was left behind by an ancient god. There were countless treasures in it, including many divine artifacts and inheritances of the gods. Of course, there were many opportunities, but there were also many dangers. Many of the geniuses who participated in the heaven ranking had met with misfortune. Those who participated in the heaven ranking quickly enter the sealed world to train. A majestic voice sounded. It was the voice of an ancient Emperor Realm Master. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, figures broke through the void and escaped from the divine sky city. 180 geniuses from the 9 states rushed into the mist and entered the ancient temple. Swoosh! That fog only appeared for a short few dozen breaths before it quietly disappeared without a trace. The masters from the various forces in the divine sky city waited quietly. Generally speaking, the geniuses who passed the trial would be sent out of the Saint Heaven-sealed world in 4 or 5 days. Boom! After entering the ancient temple, Qin Yu appeared on a barren land after a moment of darkness. When Qin Yu appeared, there was a deafening roar of thunder in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky with destructive power. Qin Yu immediately sensed it, and purple lightning flashed on his body. A lightning dragon lunged out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and swallowing the lightning bolt that came crashing down. Qin Yu looked around and flew in a certain direction. If he wanted to pass the secret territory trial, he had to find the Heaven Roll Ancient token hidden in the secret territory. The Heaven Roll Ancient token contained a special power. Only by entering the 9 states Heaven Roll with the Heaven Roll Ancient token would one be able to obtain the power of the divine pulse of fortune. Roar! Not long after Qin Yu started flying, a series of beast roars could be heard. An exotic beast whose entire body was scarlet red, as if it was burning with flames, suddenly soared into the sky from the ground and pounced at Qin Yu. Rank 8 Martial Emperor. Qin Yu was a little surprised. Although he had been to Divine Sky City before, it was his first time in this mystery land. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful beast here. Even though it didn't seem to have gained sentience, it was still a mystery. Even so, this level of battle power was already very astonishing. Qin Yu unleashed the azure dragon battling the heavens, and his cultivation immediately soared. The sky-splitting spear appeared, and he charged toward the beast. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle began, and destructive power engulfed the entire region. However, the battle did not last for long before it ended. That rank 8 Martial Emperor exotic beast was killed by Qin Yu. Qin Yu condensed his vital energy and stored it in his spatial ring. He planned to let the skeleton Ghost King absorb it after he left. Following that, Qin Yu encountered many more exotic beasts. However, their strength was not as terrifying as before. They were all rank 6 or 7 martial emperors. Occasionally, he would encounter a rank 8 martial emperor or above. Apart from those exotic beasts, he also encountered all kinds of extremely difficult to detect restrictions and barriers on his way. Even with Qin Yu's attainments in spirit formations, he still unknowingly fell into them. He had to use a lot of methods before he managed to escape. As Qin Yu killed the exotic beasts and broke through the restrictions and barriers, he continued onward. Of the geniuses that had entered the secret realm, many of them had already found the heaven-ranking ancient token. Splash! In the sky above 1,000 miles wide river, a youth with an ancient treasured blade on his waist smashed a rank 9 martial emperor black dragon to death with 2 punches. Then he chopped down with his hand, and the vast river was split apart by the blade aura. A stone platform appeared at the bottom of the river. On the stone platform, there was a simple and unadorned token floating. That simple and unadorned token was the heaven-ranking ancient token. The figure of the youth with the treasured blade flashed, and he appeared before the stone platform. He broke through the barrier around the stone platform and grabbed at the heaven-ranking ancient token. Amen. Suddenly, the youth with the treasured blade seemed to have sensed something. Ka! The treasured blade was unsheathed. A dazzling saber light burst out, covering the sky and covering the sun. The space within 500 kilometers was filled with solid saber chi. Kacha! Bursts of cracking sounds were heard. Unknowingly, a pitch-black, mysterious ancient rune had appeared in the sky. It covered the sky as if it wanted to imprison the youth with the treasured blade. However, They were all shattered by the saber energy of the lone island youth. Sneaky scoundrel, come out. After the youth with the treasured blade put away the heaven-ranking ancient token, his eyes were extremely sharp. His gaze was as cold as the blade aura, as if it could tear apart the void. He wanted to see which idiot dared to make a move on him. As expected of one of the 5 most outstanding Taoists of this generation, "Your strength is truly shocking." A cold voice sounded. The void trembled slightly, and 3 figures appeared in 3 different directions around the youth with the treasured blade. The auras of the 3 people were connected, and they faintly formed a mysterious formation. This is the demonic chi of the extraterritorial realm. The youth with the treasured blade looked at the 3 black-robed figures, whose appearances could not be seen. His gaze, that was as sharp as a blade, was filled with a trace of shock. The demonic chi of the extraterritorial realm could only be cultivated by the extraterritorial demon race. In other words, you are the extraterritorial demon race? Impossible. This is the sacred land of the middle continent, the center of the 9 continents of the heaven domain. How could the extraterritorial demon race sneak in? After the youth with the treasured blade recovered from his shock, his gaze turned serious. "Do you think we will tell you this?" The 3 extraterritorial demons sneered and immediately charged out with vast demonic might. Die. The youth with the treasured blade was the Taoist of the Tsang Wusheng sacred land, one of the 5 strongest Taoists of this generation in the middle continent. After confirming the identity of the extraterritorial demon race, he did not cower and immediately attacked with all his strength. For a moment, the blade aura was like a rainbow, tearing apart everything and shattering everything. An earth-shattering battle immediately broke out. The 1,000-mile river was immediately destroyed. Extraterritorial demon race. In an ancient palace, a youth in white frowned as he looked at the 3 black-robed figures who had appeared in the palace. The evil demonic aura surrounding the 3 was the extraterritorial demon chi. Kill. After the 3 extraterritorial demons appeared, they did not waste any time and directly attacked. A violent battle broke out in the ancient palace. In an instant, the entire ancient palace turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 413. At this moment, the extraterritorial demons were quietly approaching the 180 sky prides who had entered the holy heaven's secret realm. The extraterritorial demons had a clear division of labor, and they were all rushing towards their respective targets. Some sky prides had already been targeted, and a great battle had broken out. Some didn't know that danger was coming. The countless Emperor Realm Masters gathered on the Holy Heaven Peak were also unaware of the shocking change that was happening. After all, the extraterritorial demons had invaded the Heaven Domain countless times, but at most they had only wreaked havoc in the various broken continents and the spiritual state. They had never really invaded the Heaven Domain, let alone the Holy Heaven Peak, which was located at the core of the central state. In the void, Qinyu, who was flying at high speed, suddenly had a slight change in his expression. "There are 2 auras approaching." Eh? The dragon's soul also noticed it immediately, but after sensing it carefully, the dragon's soul couldn't help but be surprised. The aura of the extraterritorial demons. Qinyu revealed a strange look in his eyes. Why would the extraterritorial demons appear here? Or was there a ferocious beast of the extraterritorial demons in this secret realm? Soon, the result appeared in front of Qinyu. 2 figures flew through the void. The extraterritorial demons actually invaded the central state's Holy Heaven's secret realm. This is unprecedented. The dragon's soul said in shock. The invasion of the Emperor Palace's martial world was pardonable. After all, the spiritual state was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield. But the central state was located at the center of the entire Heaven Domain. Since the extraterritorial demons could invade here, didn't that mean that they had completely infiltrated the 9 states of the Heaven Domain? What is the plan of the ancient demon race and the extraterritorial demons? In the blink of an eye, the two extraterritorial demons appeared in front of him and looked at him coldly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and a thoughtful look flickered in his eyes. The extraterritorial demons obviously had some plans for the invasion of the Emperor Palace's martial world. At that time, they only invaded a martial world, so Qin Yu didn't care much. But now, the Central State's Holy Heaven's secret realm was invaded. What kind of conspiracy was behind it made one's heart turn cold? Kill. After the two extraterritorial devils flew over, they immediately attacked. Billowing devil chi shook the heavens and the earth. Surprisingly, they were all rank 9 martial emperors. Dragon Soul, Qin Yu shouted in a low voice. The azure dragon battling the heavens was unleashed with all its might. His cultivation rapidly increased and reached rank 7 martial emperor. At the same time, a dragon roar sounded and the dragon's soul appeared. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon appeared in the primal chaos dragon realm. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon, who had cultivated for several years in the chaos dragon realm, had recovered. His cultivation of rank 9 martial emperor was completely revealed. A dragon at the peak of 9th grade. Not good. The information is wrong. The two extraterritorial devils, who were charging over with surging devil might, cried out in shock. His charging speed involuntarily slowed down. Remember to search his soul. However, Qin Yu did not hesitate. He spoke to the dragon soul and the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. With a divine sword in hand, his figure flickered as he charged toward an extraterritorial demon. Roar! The purple lightning divine firmament dragon let out a roar, and the divine firmament destructive thunder surrounded its body. It was like a torrent of thunder and lightning. The dragon soul supported the purple thunder divine cloud dragon with its space-time ability. Rumble. At first, the two extraterritorial devils seemed to have the intention of retreating. However, they were immediately entangled by Qin Yu and the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. An earth-shattering battle erupted, and raging waves appeared in the sky. The demonic aura fluctuates greatly. They don't seem to have cultivated to rank 9 martial emperor normally. After exchanging several blows, the dragon soul discovered something and sent a voice transmission to Qin Yu. Indeed, it seems like they're using the devil race's forbidden technique of instilling demonic aura into their bodies to increase their cultivation. After Qin Yu shattered the extraterritorial devil's attack with his sword, he also sensed this. However, the demonic aura contained within the extraterritorial devil's aura was extremely terrifying. If he didn't refine it step by step and forcefully use the imparting technique to contain the devil chi, he would be able to do it. It could indeed increase one's cultivation in a short period of time, but it would cost one's life. Even with the physique of the extraterritorial devils, they would not be able to withstand the extraterritorial devils instilling. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. What was the extraterritorial devil's goal? Could it be that they wanted to kill him at the cost of their lives? That was not realistic. Although his aptitude was terrifying, that was all there was to it. The extraterritorial devil would not waste so much effort to deal with him. One must know that the extraterritorial devil race and the Qinyan domain had been fighting for countless years. Their foundation was not ordinary. Even when Qin Yu was at his peak, he had killed countless extraterritorial devil race experts. However, he had not shaken the foundation of the extraterritorial devil race. Could it be that they're targeting the geniuses of the 9 prefectures' heaven ranking? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. That was possible. After all, those who had entered the Saint Heaven's secret realm were the most outstanding geniuses of the 9 prefectures. If they died, it would be a huge blow to the various forces. However, if one were to think about it, it was still somewhat inexplicable why the extraterritorial devil race would do this. No matter how strong the geniuses were, they were nothing compared to the emperors of the Qinyan domain. If the extraterritorial devil race had already infiltrated the middle state because of this, it would not be worth it. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil race should have a more important purpose. However, Qin Yu could not figure out what their purpose was. However, there was one point. The extraterritorial devil race had already appeared. That meant that, in their opinion, it did not matter even if their identity was exposed. Evil soul-devouring curse. The extraterritorial devil who was fighting with Qin Yu roared and formed a seal with his hands. A demonic seal condensed and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Qin Yu. Devour! Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and slapped out with his left hand. A huge dragon had appeared and devoured the demonic seal. It was the sky-devouring dragon seal. When he was on the spiritual state ranking, he was afraid that the 9 secrets of the battle dragon would be seen through. Therefore, Qin Yu did not use the sky-devouring dragon seal that was obvious. However, facing the extraterritorial devil race now, Qin Yu had nothing to be afraid of. It was impossible for the extraterritorial devil race to recognize him. Even if they recognized him, it would be fine. Qin Yu would not leave anyone alive. Space-time annihilation formation. While using the sky-devouring dragon seal, Qin Yu approached in a flash. An ancient and mysterious killing intent ancient formation immediately engulfed the extraterritorial devil race. Demon-slaying sword kill. The moment the space-time annihilation formation was used, the demon-slaying sword in Qin Yu's hand emitted a bloodthirsty sword cry. A blood-red sword light slashed towards the extraterritorial devil race like lightning. Ever since the evil soul-devouring curse was devoured by Qin Yu, the extraterritorial devil race had lost the initiative. At this moment, under Qin Yu's continuous attacks, he was immediately heavily injured. His cultivation, which was already a little unstable, immediately became chaotic and even a little violent. The demon-slaying sword had an astonishing destructive power against the extraterritorial devil race. Damn it, die! Although the extraterritorial devil race was heavily injured, he did not panic at all. Instead, the cold and sinister gaze under the black robe became resolute. He attacked Qin Yu crazily as if he wanted to drag Qin Yu down with him. Chapter 414. Seal. Qin Yu would not let him have his way. He slashed with the demon slayer sword, causing his injuries to worsen. The divine sealing light was cast, sealing the extraterritorial demon. Soul-devouring curse. The moment the seal was cast, Qin Yu immediately took out the demon's soul and searched it. This is, after seeing the extraterritorial demon's soul. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Roar! At this moment, the battle on the dragon soul's side also ended. The purple thunder divine dragon and the dragon soul's space-time superpower completely suppressed the extraterritorial demon. In the end, the purple thunder divine dragon destroyed him with divine lightning. The dragon soul took out the demon's soul. So that's how it is. After refining the demon's soul, the dragon soul's eyes shone brightly. Qin Yu and the dragon soul looked at each other with joy in their eyes. From the soul search of the 2 extraterritorial demons, they learned that the extraterritorial demons were eyeing the divine pulse of fortune in the middle state. The divine pulse of fortune gathered the fortune of billions of living beings in the 9 states of the heaven domain. When the divine pulse was prosperous, the fortune of the 9 states would be strong. When the divine pulse was weak, the fortune of the 9 states would be weak. Therefore, in the history of the heaven domain, there were many people who went to extremes and wanted to rob the divine pulse of fortune, but no one succeeded. Qin Yu was one of those people. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had mistaken the divine pulse for the dragon pulse. However, after confirming that it was the divine pulse, Qin Yu did not stop. At that time, he also wanted to use the power of the divine pulse of fortune to break through the limit of the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, he ended up seriously injured, and even his own fortune was damaged. The reason for his failure was that he did not find the origin of the divine pulse of fortune. Therefore, even though Qin Yu had taken out the divine pulse of fortune, he could not seal it, and it dissipated between heaven and earth. Later, he was seriously injured by the power of heaven and earth. The extraterritorial demons had gotten the news from somewhere. They knew that the origin of the divine pulse of fortune was in the Saint Heaven secret land. So they had planned for a long time, with the help of the primordial demons, to cross the void and sneak into the secret land. He wanted to destroy the heaven domain's divine veins of destiny and cause the heaven domain to decline. If this news is true, then it's a great opportunity. The dragon's soul opened the origin dragon world. After the purple thunder divine firmament dragon returned to the origin dragon world, it excitedly flew towards Qin. In Qin previous life, the dragon's soul naturally knew that he had tried to imprison the divine pulse of fortune. Although Qin had failed back then, things were different now, because Qin had mastered the art of stealing heaven's fortune. The heaven-stealing fortune art could rob others of their providence, so robbing the divine meridians of providence should not be a problem. Although he might not be able to plunder the fate of the entire Qinyan realm, it was enough for Qin. This is indeed a great opportunity. Qin smiled. What was his purpose for participating in the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking? It was all for the sake of seizing the power of the divine meridian of destiny. Now that there was a possibility of directly plundering the power of providence, Qin naturally would not let go of the opportunity. The benefits of the power of providence could be seen from the great creation art that he had obtained in the Sky Qilan city's ancient ruins. Sky Burier, sword deity, had obtained the inheritance of the ancient immortal's power, but the great creation art had fallen into Qin hands. If this was not fate playing tricks on people, then what was it? After all, the great creation art should have fallen into Sky Burier, sword deity's hands. Even if Sky Burier, sword deity, did not discover it, the golden holy lion would definitely remind him. That was most likely the reason why the stone statue flew away. However, looking at the extraterritorial demon that had been killed, Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The dragon's soul could not help but ask when it saw this. Destroying the divine pulse of destiny of the Qinyan realm is such a confidential matter. The extraterritorial demons should have done it secretly, right? Then why did these 2 people attack me directly? Qin, you could not understand this. They had found the heavenly rankings token and would stay for a few days at most before leaving the secret realm. The extraterritorial demons only needed to hide for a few days and wait for them to leave. There was no need for them to attack him and expose their identities. The way I see it, there are only 2 reasons. Firstly, these 2 extraterritorial demons were both rank 9 martial emperors. Thus, they wanted to kill you directly to prevent you from spoiling their plans. Secondly, after the 9 provinces' heavenly ranking ends, the power of providence will hinder them from destroying the divine pulse of destiny. If it's the second reason, then they will definitely attack everyone who enters the secret realm. The dragon's soul guessed. They did not obtain an answer to Qin doubts from the memories of the 2 extraterritorial demons. They only knew that the extraterritorial demons planned to destroy the divine pulse of destiny. Forget it. No matter what the reason is, let's go take a look at the divine pulse of destiny first. Qin quickly discarded these guesses. After he completely concealed his aura, he landed on the ground and flew quickly in a certain direction. For hours later, Qin arrived in front of a mountain. That mountain towered into the clouds and was surrounded by spiritual energy. It was green all year round, and at a glance, it was almost the same as the holy sky peak. Seeing this mountain, Qin speed slowed down. He was more and more convinced that the origin of the divine pulse of destiny was here. Qin had seen with his own eyes that the divine pulse of destiny had appeared in the holy sky city. Every time the 9 provinces' heavenly ranking ended, the holy sky city's power of providence would be added to the geniuses on the heavenly ranking. Connecting all these together, the possibility was really quite high. However, at this time he could clearly sense that there was a monstrous demonic aura surrounding the peak of the mountain. The pure spiritual energy of the entire mountain was continuously gathering at the peak. In the void of the mountain, there were 9 huge vortexes. Each vortex was thousands of feet long and formed an ancient array with the mountain as the center. In each vortex, there was a faint demonic shadow. Each demonic shadow was emitting a vast demonic aura. Celestial Demon Sky Prison Array. After Qin Yu took a look of shock flashed in his eyes. The 9 Demon Sky Prison Array was an ancient array from the primordial era. He had only seen it in some primordial mystic realms. Even he could not set up this ancient array. It was rumored that if this ancient array was set up by 9 celestial demons, it would have the power to kill immortals. Now that the extraterritorial demons had set up the Celestial Demon Sky Prison Array here, it was very likely that they had already sensed the origin of the divine pulse of destiny. It seemed that the extraterritorial demons' goal was to see if they could capture the divine pulse of destiny. If they could get it, with the strength of the entire heavenly domain's providence, it would definitely be able to nourish the extraterritorial demons. Qin Yu did not act rashly. He was waiting there calmly. Boom! Boom! Less than half a day had passed while they were waiting. In the Celestial Demon Sky Prison Array, the 9 demonic shadows immediately let out earth-shattering roars. Countless mysterious demonic runes spread out in the 9 vortexes. It was like a huge demonic net that sealed the entire sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qin Yu's expression changed slightly as he watched with rapt attention. On the mountain, 9 figures flew into the sky and directly charged into the 9 demonic shadows. Qin Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. He could clearly see that the 9 figures immediately merged with the 9 demonic shadows when they touched them. No, it should be said that they melted. In the blink of an eye, the 9 figures were reduced to ashes and dissipated. The terrifying demonic aura emitted by the 9 demonic shadows became even more vast. Chapter 415. It's about to begin. In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul's eyes lit up. He had been forming seals with both hands, and the space-time divine ability circled around his body. He was ready to strike at any time. Qin Yu's eyes focused. He was vigilant of his surroundings while paying attention to the changes in the Celestial Demon Heaven Prison Array. Although he couldn't set up the Celestial Demon Heaven Prison Array, he had a certain understanding of it. He knew when was the best time to strike. From the peak of the mountain, demons flew into the sky from time to time and melted into the 9 demonic shadows. There were probably many demons on the peak of the mountain, but Qin Yu wasn't afraid. Even if an Emperor Realm Master could enter the Saint Heaven's secret realm, his cultivation must be suppressed to the martial Emperor realm. Therefore, Qin Yu might have to face many extraterritorial demons, but they would only be of the martial Emperor realm. With Qin Yu's preparations for the 9 states heaven ranking, there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, being fearless was one thing. Apart from plundering the divine vein of fortune, Qin Yu's goal was to plunder the divine vein of fortune. If possible, he wanted to stop the extraterritorial demons from destroying the divine pulse of fortune. After all, the destruction of the divine pulse of fortune would be a disaster for the heaven domain. Qin Yu didn't want the extraterritorial demons to succeed in their plot and the heaven domain to collapse. The invasion of the demon race wouldn't benefit him in the future. At least, before his cultivation recovered to its peak, he couldn't let the demon race's plan succeed. Qin Yu was like a hunter, quietly waiting for an opportunity. While discussing the action plan with the dragon soul at this time, all the sky prides who had entered the Saint Heaven's secret realm were fighting. Moreover, an unforeseen event that none of the sky prides in the Saint Heaven's secret realm noticed. Swish! Above the giant river, 1,000 feet long snow-white saber light fell like lightning. 2 extraterritorial demons were killed in one slash. The battle that had lasted for several hours came to an end. The youth with the ancient saber on Wu Sheng's body was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. But the saber aura on his body was getting more and more terrifying. It soared into the sky and shattered the wind and clouds. How did the extraterritorial demons sneak in? Looking at the 3 extraterritorial demons killed by him, the youth with the ancient saber couldn't hide his solemn. He wanted to leave them alive, but unfortunately he didn't have the strength to crush them. Swoosh! Just as the youth with the ancient wushang, 3 pitch-black ancient talismans emerged from the bodies of the 3 extraterritorial devils. They merged into one and entered the body of the young man with the ancient saber. The youth with the ancient saber swish. Swish! 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 After a short while, the young man's expression returned to normal as he muttered to himself. Swish! Swish, swish! 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 After capturing the corpses of the 3 extraterritorial devils, the young man flew up into the sky and left. To time! Swish! 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 Swish, swish! 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 Within the ruins of an ancient hall, a white-clothed young man was also struck by a pitch-black ancient talisman after killing 2 people who were attacking him from all sides. Similarly, the Taoist from the Fierce Wind Divine Dynasty was in a daze. Swish! He seemed to have forgotten about the swish. Swish! 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 In a ravaged valley, a woman in green was dealing with the attacks of 2 extraterritorial demons. She was severely injured. Just as she couldn't hold on any longer, one of the extraterritorial demons was behind her. He formed a seal and sent a swish of black ancient Wu Sheng into the woman's body. Confusion appeared in the woman's eyes. The 2 extraterritorial demons didn't seem to notice such a fatal flaw. They only attacked again when the woman in green came back to her senses. Scenes like this kept playing out in this secret realm. Some heaven's prides were indeed killed by the extraterritorial demons. Some heaven's prides killed the extraterritorial demons. Some heaven's prides were still fighting to the death. Some heaven's prides were spared by the extraterritorial demons. But no matter which one it was, the heaven's prides were struck with a swish of black ancient wushang. Of course, those who were completely dead were excluded. Boom! Suddenly, a series of violent explosions could be faintly heard from the distant horizon. The explosions seemed to have come from the 9th heaven and were about to pierce through the sky. All the heaven's prides in the secret realm immediately sensed it. Those heaven's prides who were still fighting were overjoyed. They knew that the Emperor Realm Masters in Divine Sky City had finally discovered the invasion of the extraterritorial demons and were preparing to break into the secret realm. What surprised those heaven's prides was that the extraterritorial demons had obviously sensed it too. But they weren't moved at all and continued to attack them crazily. It seems that they are preparing to attack. Below the mountain, Qin Yu sensed the demon chi fluctuations that were several times more intense than before. His eyes flickered slightly. The top emperors of many heavenly domains had gathered in Divine Sky City. It wouldn't be difficult to break into this secret realm and send reinforcements in. The extraterritorial demons would definitely attack. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the celestial demon heaven prison array to shrink. In the celestial demon heaven prison array, there was a ball of 9-colored light that was faintly flickering. The ball of 9-colored light kept changing forms. Sometimes it turned into mountains and rivers, and sometimes it turned into exotic beasts. It looked quite mysterious. Is that the source of the divine pulse of fortune? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Qin Yu had never seen any of the divine veins of fortune's origins before. In fact, no one in the entire heavenly domain might have seen it before. Of course, since the extraterritorial demons were preparing to draw in the net, Qin Yu didn't just stand there and watch. He immediately used the heaven evasion technique to quietly pass through the restrictions on the mountain and went all the way to the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were more than 30 martial Emperor Realm demons, all of whom had a cultivation of 8th or 9th grade. More than 20 of them were working together to control the array, while the rest were nervously looking at the celestial demon heaven prison array. No one noticed Chinyu, who had quietly snuck in. After all, there were so many restrictions outside. Attack! The ball of 9-colored light was sealed by the celestial demon heaven prison array until it was only 100 feet wide. Chinyu held the demon slayer sword in his hand, jumped up, and slapped the ground with his left hand. In an instant, more than 10 ancient killing arrays spread out and covered the peak of the mountain. Who is it? At this moment, the more than 10 extraterritorial demons, who looked like guards, were shocked and rushed toward Chinyu. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky, and the vast divine firmament whirled. Devastating thunder exploded from Chinyu's body. The purple lightning divine firmament dragon appeared with a vast dragon's power. Die. The moment the array was set up, Chinyu held the blood sword in his hand and attacked, like a god of death, with a murderous aura. The 2 extraterritorial demons closest to him were directly killed by the sword. They didn't have time to react at all. Chinyu didn't stop at all and immediately charged toward the extraterritorial demons that were rushing toward him. This time, Chinyu had set up more than 10 ancient killing arrays and had the absolute advantage. Therefore, even though he was outnumbered, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. There were even extraterritorial demons who died from time to time. These ancient arrays were all meticulously prepared by Chinyu. Now that Chinyu had used all of them together, their power was naturally extremely terrifying. Chapter 416. He can actually subdue the dragon race. Where did this brat come from? In just a few breaths, 5 of the dozen extraterritorial demon guards were killed. As for the remaining 7 people, they were also gradually defeated by the joint forces of Chinyu and the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. The 20 extraterritorial demon guards, who were focused on controlling the fiend god heaven prison array, were horrified. What should we do? If this goes on, our plan will be disrupted by him. The emperor of the heaven domain should be here soon. Let's stall him first. The 20 extraterritorial demon guards, who were focused on controlling the array and gradually sealing the 9-colored light ball in the array. 10 extraterritorial demon guards walked out and joined the battle. Unfortunately, even with the addition of the 10 extraterritorial demon guards, they could only barely resist Chinyu. Being inside these dozen-plus formation arrays, it didn't matter if there were more or less opponents of the same level as him. To Chinyu, it was all meaningless. Kacha! At this moment, countless cracks appeared in the sky and covered the entire sky. In the next moment, along with a loud bang, the cracks shattered and a pitch-black ancient cave appeared. With a burst of air-rending sounds, hundreds of figures with powerful auras descended from the pitch-black ancient cave. They were the high-level martial emperors of the heaven domain who had come to help. Among the martial emperors, there were dozens of figures. They were obviously Emperor Realm Masters who had suppressed their cultivation. When the Sky Prides in the sealed world saw this scene, they were all overjoyed. The extraterritorial demon guards no longer fought and retreated. This time, it was the Sky Prides of the Heaven Domain who risked their lives to stall the extraterritorial demon guards. It's really the extraterritorial demon guards. Kill! A bone-chilling, murderous roar sounded. The martial emperors who had entered the sealed world immediately rushed out with a terrifying, murderous aura. This fluctuation, the fortune force, could it be the Emperor Realm Masters who had suppressed their cultivation had cold, murderous looks on their faces? But soon they sensed the fiend god heaven prison array and the fortune force divine vein. They immediately thought of the extraterritorial demon guards' intentions. Their expressions changed, and they immediately flew away. They're finally here. The extraterritorial demon guards, who were setting up the array, sensed the arrival of the Emperor Realm Masters from the Heaven Domain. Not only did they not panic, but joy also appeared in their eyes. It was as if they had been waiting for this scene. Dragon Soul, attack! After killing several more extraterritorial devil clansmen, Chinyu did not notice the abnormality of those extraterritorial devil clansmen, because he also sensed the Emperor Realm Master's arrival. Time reversal of time. Divine ability, space rend. The dragon's soul, which had been preparing all this while, suddenly made its move. A terrifying space-time ability covered most of the sky. The fiend god heaven imprisoning formation was greatly affected and even started to distort as it operated. Kacha! The expressions of the dozen or so extraterritorial devils changed drastically, but an even more fatal situation occurred. Rend. Rend. Bye. However, at almost the same instant, an ancient formation appeared and devoured the nine-colored light. From the looks of it, it was as if the ball of nine-colored light had walked right into the net. Escape! Qin Yu, who was in the middle of more than 10 killing formations, smiled. In the next instant, he disappeared from the peak of the mountain and appeared in front of the ancient formation in the sky. Although the ancient formation had sealed the nine-colored ball of light, it was about to break free. After all, the extraterritorial devil race had mobilized more than 20 people to set up the celestial devil heaven imprisoning formation to seal him. With the formation that Qin Yu had prepared, it was naturally unable to suppress it. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had arrived in a flash, made his move. Steal heaven's fortune. Plunder. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu slammed his hands into the ancient array. In his soul, the celestial creation's seal trembled and immediately sucked in the nine-colored light. Success! Qin Yu could not hide the joy in his eyes when he felt the nine-colored light being suppressed by the immortal seal of creation. Everything went smoothly as he had expected. He successfully set up the formation first and fought the extraterritorial devils with the purple thunder divine firmament dragon to attract their attention. The dragon's soul made a move at the critical moment and used its divine ability to break the celestial devil heaven imprisoning formation. After that, Qin Yu suppressed the nine-colored light with lightning speed. Damn it, we can't let him ruin the plan. Kill him. It was only then that the extraterritorial devil race reacted. Their faces immediately turned ferocious as they charged at Qin Yu crazily. Explode! A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The dozen or so ancient formations formed a chain and exploded. The entire mountain was completely annihilated and disappeared in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the next moment, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, who had suffered serious injuries, was affected. It rushed out of the destroyed area and returned to the source dragon world at lightning speed. The teleportation array that Qin Yu had prepared earlier appeared and disappeared in an instant. Since an Emperor Realm Master had arrived, Qin Yu would not stay here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, waves of demon chi appeared from the aftermath of the destructive killing array. The extraterritorial devil race were targeted by Qin Yu, but they were not as lucky as the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. They were all in a sorry state and were severely injured. However, it was not fatal to say that they were injured. Space fluctuation. Teleportation array. Did they plan this long ago? Damn it! The faces of the extraterritorial devil clans that were brimming with killing intent immediately turned extremely ugly when they saw the empty space. The plan that they had carefully prepared was ruined at the last moment. Suddenly, dozens of vast divine auras descended. It was the Emperor Realm Masters from the Heaven Domain who had suppressed their cultivation had rushed over. It is indeed the celestial devil heaven imprisoning formation. The fluctuation of the Providence energy is so strong. Did they succeed? Has someone already been here? Those Emperor Realm Masters saw the scene that had obviously happened and carefully sensed it. As for the extraterritorial devil race, they were merely martial emperors. In their eyes, they were nothing. Even though they had suppressed their cultivation to the martial emperor realm, they still did not take the extraterritorial devil race seriously. Secret technique of the dragon race, divine firmament world extinguishing thunder, array, fluctuation. Among those emperor realm masters, a figure carefully sensed the residual fluctuations of the battle, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. This person was Shi Tiangang. Shinfeng has been here before. Shi Tiangang's eyes were filled with surprise. Judging from Qin Yu's combat strength on the spiritual state battle list, he should have the whereabouts of a 9th-grade martial emperor. However, Qin Yu could make more than 20 extraterritorial devil race into such a sorry state. Shi Tiangang did not believe it. Let's deal with them first. At this time, an ancient emperor from a great sect in the central region spoke with a cold look in his eyes. The extraterritorial devil race had invaded the Holy Heaven's secret realm. If they did not find out how the extraterritorial devil race invaded, the forces in the heaven domain would not be at ease. That's right. The other Emperor Realm Masters agreed and immediately prepared to take action. Attack! However, at this time, the 20 extraterritorial devil race knew that there was no way to escape and directly pounced on those Emperor Realm Masters. Chapter 417. Sizzle! 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 The emperors were about to make a move when they suddenly found that the extraterritorial demons were burning with black demon flames. Is this demon soul self-ignition? An Emperor Realm Master who was about to make a move raised his eyebrows slightly. Self-ignition of the demon soul was equivalent to the complete destruction of one's soul. The extraterritorial demons were so resolute in their actions, which was a little unexpected. However, the more resolute they were, the more the extraterritorial demons were hiding. This cast a shadow over the hearts of the Emperor Realm Masters. Some of them suddenly turned around and immediately flew away. Their goal was the other extraterritorial demons in the sealed world. Unfortunately, their reaction was still a little too slow. When more than 20 extraterritorial demons had self-ignited their demon souls, the other demons also self-ignited and died, dissipating from this world. In the end, not a single demon was able to leave this sealed world. None of the emperors of the heaven domain caught a single extraterritorial demon alive. This matter made the emperors of the heaven domain quite concerned. They immediately gathered all the geniuses of the 9 states. There were only more than 130 geniuses who were still alive. The various forces immediately escorted them out of the sealed world, regardless of the heartache. Qin Yu was also found by Shi Tiangang less than an hour after he left. Although dozens of geniuses had died this time, Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu were safe and sound. This made Shi Tiangang heave a sigh of relief. He personally led Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu out of the sealed world. After that, the emperors of the 9 states carefully investigated the traces of the demon race in this sealed world. 3 days later, the 9 states heaven ranking this year has been cancelled. Didn't they say that the extraterritorial demons were lucky to enter the sealed world and that the matter was already over? Now it seems that the matter is over. It is most likely that the big shots deliberately spread the news. Indeed, I'm afraid the real situation is far beyond what we know. Maybe even those big shots can't control it. But what exactly happened? The surviving geniuses and the 9 states masters who had gathered in the city were waiting for the emperors to finish the matter of the sealed world. A shocking piece of news suddenly spread. Countless people were puzzled by the news of the heaven list being cancelled. Although more than 40 of the prodigies who entered the mystic realm had died this time, the mystic realm was still in the mystic realm. However, the 40 or so people who had died were the weakest among the sky prides. It did not seem to affect the rankings of the 9 states heaven ranking at all. However, the Emperor Realm Masters did not give any explanation. This year's heaven ranking had come to an end. Therefore, with the cancellation of the 9 states heaven ranking, all kinds of rumors spread like a hurricane from the holy heaven peak. It quickly spread to the central continent and the 9 continents of the heaven domain. The billions of cultivators in the 9 states were shocked. Inside the ancient palace, Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others were summoned by Shi Tiangang. They were about to return to the spiritual state. Palace Master, what happened? Sun Shiyu couldn't help but ask when she saw the solemn expressions of the Emperor Realm Elders and the younger generation looking at each other. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he also looked over. Although he was curious in terms of status, it was better for Sun Shiyu to ask. In the Holy Heaven's secret realm, we found the ancient demon clan's forbidden space spell. From this, we can infer that the ancient demon clan should have joined forces with the extraterritorial demon clan. The ancient demon clan used to be a clan of our heaven domain, but their ambition grew and they were removed from the heaven domain, based on their understanding of the heaven domain. Since they joined forces with the extraterritorial demon clan, I'm afraid that they have already infiltrated other places in the 9 states. Among them, our spiritual state is the most dangerous, so we must go back to guard against the invasion of the extraterritorial demon clan. Sure, Tiangong's expression was a little solemn. The extraterritorial demon clan's actions were so big that they must have a big plan. Now, the heaven list ranking of the younger generation was naturally not so important. What's more, no one knew if the extraterritorial demon clan had other tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, after these top Emperor realm masters discussed, they decided to cancel the 9 states heaven ranking this year. Then, did you find out the purpose of the extraterritorial demon clan's invasion of the Holy Heaven's secret realm? I feel that the extraterritorial demon clan's purpose is not to attack us. Sun Shiyu hesitated slightly and spoke about what she had encountered in the secret realm. Although she had the power to fight enemies above her level, she was facing 2 martial emperors of the 8th or 9th grade. Even if she had many tricks up her sleeve, she still could not deal with them. However, the strange thing was that the 2 extraterritorial demon clan strength was clearly much stronger than her, but they did not kill her. From the looks of it, he was purely trying to stall her. But this time the extraterritorial demon clan did kill many geniuses. After listening to Sun Shiyu's words, Qin Yu was slightly surprised and said, "Speaking of which, the extraterritorial demon clan's actions this time indeed made him feel rather strange. I can't figure it out either." Sun Shiyu frowned and thought hard. Naturally, she knew about this matter. This time, the spiritual state's casualties were the most tragic. 20 people went in, and in the end, only 10 people came out alive. Those 10 people originally did not have the qualifications to enter the top 20. It was only because of the disaster in Sky Chi City that they did not make up the numbers. This time, the extraterritorial demon clan seemed to have killed those with weak cultivation and poor aptitude. Could their purpose be to help the 9 states of the heaven domain eliminate the weak? We still don't know if the extraterritorial demon clan has any other intentions, but we have found out one thing. They probably invaded the Sage Heaven's secret realm for the heavenly domain's divine pulse of fortune. Shi Tiangang said slowly, "Divine pulse of fortune. Could it be that they succeeded?" Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others were all shocked. The divine pulse of fortune was related to the rise and fall of billions of living beings in the 9 states. By doing this, the extraterritorial demon clan wanted to destroy the foundation of the heavenly domain. When we went there, there were already people fighting with the extraterritorial demon clan. From the looks of it, they should have stopped them, but we don't know the specific details yet. As he spoke, Shi Tiangong's gaze faintly glanced at Qin Yu. The person fighting with the extraterritorial demon clan, there was most likely Qin Yu. As for whether Qin Yu had joined forces with anyone, they did not know. I see. The extraterritorial demon clan has their eyes on the divine pulse of fortune, so they cancelled the heaven ranking of the 9 states. Sun Shiyu seemed to have a sudden realization. After all, when the heaven ranking ended, the divine pulse of fortune would be added to the elites on the heaven ranking. If the extraterritorial demon clan had not left and was waiting for that moment, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Since the extraterritorial demon clan had the ability to sneak into the Sage Heaven's secret realm silently, with the countless martial artists of the 9 states gathered in the Divine Sky City, it was inevitable that there would be no extraterritorial demon clan. Instead of taking the risk to check one by one, it was better to cancel the heaven ranking of the 9 states and investigate in secret. Let's go. Shi Tiangang did not say anything else. With Sun Xiu and Qin Yu's talent, they would definitely be able to enter the heaven ranking of the 9 states in the next heaven ranking. The addition of the divine pulse of fortune was not in a hurry. However, Shi Tiangang did not know that the divine pulse of fortune of the extraterritorial demon clan had already landed on Qin Yu. Chapter 418. In the ancient city, the people of the heavenly imperial palace gathered with the other forces of the spiritual state and left the Sagely Sky Peak. The forces from the other 7 prefectures did not linger either. They all left in 2s and 3s. Only the major forces of the central state were still investigating the Sagely Sky secret realm. In less than half a day, the Sagely Sky City, which was bustling with noise and excitement because of the upcoming 9 states heaven ranking, became much quieter. Of course, the major forces of the other 8 states all left on the surface. However, they still secretly sent spies to see if the extraterritorial demon race would appear. At this moment, in an ancient pavilion thousands of miles away from the Sagely Sky Peak, 2 figures were watching the situation on the Sagely Sky Peak through a rune-light mirror. One of them was dressed in black and had a muscular body, while the other was dressed in white and had a handsome face. They were the 2 ancient demon race members. The plan was supposed to be foolproof. Who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? This kid from the Heavenly Imperial Palace is a little strange. The handsome man in white looked at Qin Yu's face on the rune light mirror and murmured softly. His voice was filled with astonishment. The dozens of martial emperors of the soul demon race were unable to stop Qin Yu alone. This kind of battle strength was not something that could be achieved by someone of the younger generation. Moreover, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the rank 3 martial emperor realm. Although we failed to throw the celestial demon luck to the sovereigns of the Qinyan realm and cause them to be suspicious of each other and fight among themselves. However, the celestial demon luck was originally a bait to attract the attention of the sovereigns of the Qinyan realm. The real plan has already succeeded. As for the fish that escaped the net, no matter how strange he is still a person who is about to die. Why should we care about him? The muscular man in black sneered as a faint, demonic mark appeared on his face. That's true. The handsome man in white smiled and retracted his gaze. The celestial demon luck was left behind by the ancient celestial demon race. Apart from the ancient gods who could refine it, other living beings would definitely die if they were contaminated by it. Their original plan was to use the celestial demon luck to mislead the sovereigns of the Qinyan realm into thinking that it was the divine vein of fortune of the Qinyan realm. They would fight among themselves to consume the Qinyan realm's strength. In any case, whoever obtained the god-fiend karmic luck would die. Who would have thought that the divine demon fate chi would be snatched away by a mere martial emperor realm junior? This was far beyond their expectations. Everything is going according to plan. The next step is to wait for the seed to germinate. The cold smile on the black-clothed man's face deepened, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. After preparing for so long, it was finally time to officially start the plan. I reckon that there will be a big operation in the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain soon. Let's not get into trouble for now. The handsome man in white was also quite happy, but he was still extremely calm. It's too late to take action now. Amidst the cold laughter, the 2 ancient demons dissipated like a breeze, leaving no trace behind. Heavenly Imperial Palace in the northern region of the spiritual state. After returning from the Sagely Sky Peak in the central region, the Emperor Tian Palace immediately entered a state of high readiness for battle. Many Emperor Realm Masters and countless martial emperors were dispatched to thoroughly investigate the territories of all the forces. This time, it wasn't as secretive as last time. Not only Heavenly Imperial Palace, but all the major forces in the spiritual state also took action with great momentum. The entire spiritual state was shaken. However, the results of the thorough investigation allowed the forces of the spiritual state to relax a little. except for the barren areas at the edge of the extraterritorial battlefield. There were shadows of the extraterritorial demons. There were no large numbers of extraterritorial demons lurking in the spiritual state. At most, they found traces of small groups of extraterritorial demons invading some remote, broken continents. Qin Yu ignored the traces of the extraterritorial demons. After returning to the Emperor Tian Palace, the first thing he did was to go into seclusion to refine the 9-colored ball of light in the creation immortal seal. Roar! While he was refining the power of providence in the 9-colored ball of light with the creation immortal seal. In a trance, Qin Yu heard a deafening roar. That roar contained supreme majesty, as if it came from the ancient times, crossing time and space. Before Qin Yu could react, within the 9-colored ball of light, ancient and mysterious currents appeared, breaking free from the creation immortal seal and sweeping through Qin Yu's soul sea. Qin Yu's body stiffened as his soul sea was controlled. This is the ancient god-fiend aura. In his soul sea, Qin Yu looked at the god-fiend aura that was like a ferocious demon flying wantonly in his soul sea, and his heart sank. He finally understood that the 9-colored ball of light was not the heavenly domain's godly meridian of providence at all. It was an extremely evil thing that contained the power of the ancient god-fiend. God-fiend aura! This is troublesome. The dragon's soul turned into a wisp of soul body and appeared in Qin Yu's soul sea, its voice grave. The ancient god-fiend clan was extremely powerful. At their peak, they had even killed gods. Therefore, they called themselves the God-Fiend clan, meaning that they could kill gods and demons. If not for the God-Fiend clan being too ambitious and trying to enslave all the gods, triggering the ancient war between gods and demons, the ancient God-Fiend clan definitely had the strength to unify the 9 states. It's not an ordinary problem. Qin Yu's voice was grave. The 9-colored ball of light did contain the power of providence. That was not the power of the heavenly domain's godly meridian of providence, but the providence of the ancient God-Fiend clan. Along with the seal of providence, there was also the ancient God-Fiend aura. Is this a trap set by the extraterritorial demons? The dragon soul's tone was not good. After using all means, it thought that it had obtained a treasure. In the end, it was a big problem. Qin Yu did not know that the 9-colored ball of light was imprisoned by the extraterritorial demons in the Saint Heaven's secret realm. They had deliberately brought it to the Saint Heaven's secret realm to deal with the sovereigns of the heavenly domain. Of course, it was meaningless to think about it. Now, the hot potato had fallen on Qin Yu. Earlier, Qin Yu had used various secret techniques, such as the soul-devouring curse, divine sealing light, and sky-swallowing dragon seal. However, they could not annihilate the God-Fiend aura. The God-Fiend aura contained a trace of immortal that could not be extinguished by external forces. It should have been left behind by an extremely powerful God-Fiend in ancient times. More importantly, Qin Yu could clearly feel it. The fiend god Qi was constantly absorbing his soul power, and it was clearly becoming more and more powerful. It still doesn't work. After using the primordial war dragon seal, it did not cause any deterrence to the God-Fiend aura. Qin Yu frowned deeply. I can only try my luck. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu had an idea. The Providence star in the Fortune celestial seal suddenly cracked and turned into countless mysterious Providence light spots that merged into Qin Yu's pores. According to the records of the fortune-stealing art, the Providence star consumed Providence to change the trajectory of fate. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to see if the Providence star was as mysterious as recorded in the fortune-stealing art. If it really had such a miraculous effect, it might be able to help Qin Yu get out of this predicament. Buzz! Buzz! As the Providence star entered his body, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly came from Qin Yu's body. This is... After being slightly stunned, Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 419. A mysterious mark appeared on Qin Yu's right palm, trembling slightly. It was the God Power mark. as the god power mark appeared. The ancient god-fiend Qi that was flying in Qin Yu's soul sea and absorbing soul power immediately showed signs of hostility. Although the ancient god-fiend Qi contained a trace of a mortal will, it had long lost its intelligence. The hostility was purely due to the fluctuations of the ancient god-fiend Qi. After all, the ancient god-fiend clan was completely destroyed by the ancient gods in the great war of gods and demons. How could I forget about this god power mark? The dragon soul's grave expression immediately turned to joy. The ancient god-fiend clan was destroyed by the ancient gods. This meant that the ancient god-fiend Qi was stronger than the ancient god-fiend Qi. Qin Yu was also quite happy. He had always thought of this god power mark as a useless thing. Because the era of the ancient gods had passed, divine power was replaced by true essence. With a little divine power in the god power mark, it could not increase one's strength at all. He did not expect it to be so useful now. Of course, compared to the god power mark, Qin Yu was more interested in the use of the Providence Star. As recorded in the heaven-stealing creation art, the Providence Star had the power to change the trajectory of fate. Perhaps it was too much to say that it could change fate, but at the critical moment, it could indeed break through a hopeless situation. Refine. Qin Yu collected his thoughts, and the god power mark appeared in his soul sea. A solemn and vast divine power was emitted from the god power mark. The hostility of the ancient god-fiend Qi became more obvious. Then it rushed madly toward the god power mark as if it wanted to erase the god power mark. The god power mark emitted even more divine power, and rays of ancient god-fiend Qi scattered in the void. The primordial fiend god Qi that pounced over quickly dissipated, like snow melting in spring. As it dissipated, strands of strange air currents appeared. The Providence Star and ancient god-fiend Qi. Qin Yu's eyes shone brighter. Those strange Qi were the Providence Star and ancient god-fiend Qi that contained the ancient god-fiend Qi. Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately activated the creation immortal seal and god power mark. Immediately, as soon as the strange airflow appeared, it was immediately divided up. The stars of providence that had been depleted gradually appeared in the creation celestial seal. As for the divine power imprint, after absorbing the divine power left behind by the ancient god-fiend, the ancient god-fiend's divine power became even stronger. As time passed, the Qi of the primordial fiend gods was disappearing faster and faster. In less than an hour, a somewhat unwilling roar rang out. All of the primordial fiend god Qi was completely annihilated. The sealing power in Qin Yu's soul sea disappeared. The primordial god power in the god power imprint had increased by several times. Of course, in terms of battle prowess, the ancient divine power was still useless. However, after absorbing the god-fiend providence, the celestial seal of creation had formed 5 stars of providence. This was a genuine opportunity. Qin Yu had only condensed 1 star of providence after going through the fiendish demon sea's void space and fighting on the spiritual state battle ranking list. But now he had condensed 5 at once. It was easy to imagine how much providence was contained in that ball of god-fiend providence. The 2 ancient demon clans would never have thought that this would happen. They originally thought that Qin Yu was dead for sure. Not only did he manage to refine the fiend god providence, but he also obtained quite a bit of fortuitous opportunity. After dealing with the god-fiend providence, Qin Yu's focus was on cultivation. During this time, the entire imperial palace and even the spiritual state were on guard against the extraterritorial demons. Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the other young people were completely forbidden to cultivate in the imperial palace. Qin Yu knew how serious the possible invasion of the extraterritorial demons was. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to find the dragon race. He would cultivate for a while and wait for the news to pass. While the 9 states of the Heaven Realm were thoroughly investigating the possible invasion of the extraterritorial demons, half a year passed by unknowingly. In this half a year, the the originally tense and solemn atmosphere of the heaven realm had quietly relaxed. Even the spiritual state, which was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield, was much more relaxed. Such a large-scale operation did not find any trace of the extraterritorial demons. It seemed that the extraterritorial demons had only invaded the holy heaven's secret realm and had not infiltrated the 9 states of the heaven realm. Another 2 months passed. The ancient emperor of a large sect in the central state killed a powerful demon sovereign in the extraterritorial battlefield. The news obtained after the soul search completely relieved the 9 states of the heaven realm. The memory information of the demon sovereign confirmed the previous speculation of the heaven realm sovereign. The extraterritorial demons had indeed only invaded the holy heaven's secret realm. Their purpose was to destroy the divine pulse of fortune of the heaven realm and cause the divine pulse of fortune of the heaven realm to decline. In the divine land, in a certain fog sea, there was a lone island. On the lone island, a figure meditating cross-legged, surrounded by dense spirit chi, slowly opened his eyes. If Chi Nyu was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was AOD. AOD had suffered serious injuries during the trip to the Fiend Demon Sea. He had recuperated here for more than a year, and the internal injuries in his body had all healed. The terrifying power of the Emperor realm suppressed the heavens and the earth. Swish! As AOD finished his seclusion, a blue light broke through the air and appeared in front of him. Young master! It was a young man who knelt on one knee in front of AOD with great respect. This young man was dressed in a blue robe, and there were faint blue lines on his face. The pressure emanating from his body was also the aura of the Dragon Clan. Ao, have you found out the background of that kid from the Heavenly Imperial Palace? AOD asked. I have thoroughly investigated this person in the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the spiritual state, but I can't find out where he came from before he went to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. A crystal stone appeared in the hand of the blue-robed man named Ao. AOD waved his hand and sucked the crystal stone, and his true essence surged. As the spirit chi spread out, scenes appeared in front of AOD. In those scenes, there was Qin Yu's status in the Heavenly Imperial Palace, as well as the battle of the spiritual state battle ranking. It could be said that Ao had investigated Qin Yu's actions after he came to the spiritual state in great detail. He can still use its origin power without summoning the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. AOD carefully looked at Qin Yu's battles on the spiritual state battle ranking. When he saw Qin Yu directly use the purple thunder divine cloud dragons, divine cloud lightning, he was stunned. AOD was slightly stunned, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Even as a descendant of the Dragon Emperor, he had never seen such a secret technique before. No, that's not important. What's important is AOD, who was thinking, suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't need to find out what kind of secret technique Qin Yu cultivated. What was important now was that after Qin Yu subdued the purple thunder divine cloud dragon, he could use its origin power. Qin Yu had now mastered as many as 5 types of Dragon Clan's origin power. Didn't that mean that Qin Yu had already subdued 5 dragons? Chapter 420. Thinking of this, AOD became more and more curious about Qin Yu. As the Dragon Emperor, he was determined to establish the eternal Dragon Nation. But so far, other than AOGO, he had not subdued any other dragon. And Qin Yu, a mere human, had subdued 5 dragons? If this was true, it would probably shock the entire dragon race. But immediately, a fiery greed appeared in AOD's eyes. This was an excellent opportunity for him. As long as he subdued Qin Yu, he would be able to obtain 5 dragons. At that time, Qin Yu's secrets would naturally be exposed. Let's go! A smile appeared on AOD's face as he stood up and flew into the sky with AOGO. Half a month later, Spirit State, Northern Region, Heavenly Imperial Palace. After more than half a year of confinement, The confinement of the younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace was also relaxed. Although Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others were still protected by Emperor Realm Masters, they were no longer restricted from going out. The further one progressed in the martial Emperor realm, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Therefore, martial emperors could not blindly cultivate. Sun Xiu and the others would occasionally go out to gain experience. Experiencing life and death battles was extremely beneficial for the comprehension of the martial Tao. Just like the Emperor Realm Shi Tiangang, he would either not cultivate. Once he had comprehended something, he would immediately go into seclusion for dozens or even hundreds of years. In the palace, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly opened as he completely absorbed the majestic spiritual energy that had gathered around him. After more than half a year of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had become more and more refined and had reached the limit of rank 3 Martial Emperor. He would probably be able to reach rank for Martial Emperor after a few more months of cultivation. Dragon Soul, are you sure you sense the fluctuation of the dragon race? The reason why Qin Yu ended his cultivation was that the dragon race had sensed the dragon race's aura in the spirit state. I should be right. The dragon soul's tone was very certain, but its expression was a little surprised. The spirit state was indeed very big and boundless. However, the dragon soul had reached martial Emperor realm. If the dragon race still existed in the spirit state, it would have sensed it long ago. Why did it only discover it today? That dragon clan aura seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, which made the dragon soul feel even more strange. Could it be the descendant of the dragon emperor? Qin Yu pondered for a moment as he recalled AOD, whom he had fought in the empty dimension. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon had been snatched away by him, so AOD would definitely not let him off easily. The bloodline aura is different. The dragon soul shook its head. What he sensed was not just pure dragon aura, but the most fundamental bloodline aura of the dragon race. Every dragon, even if they came from the same bloodline, had a unique origin bloodline. Although AOD had the means to conceal the dragon aura in his bloodline and hide from the dragon soul's detection secret technique, he was still unable to do so. However, it was impossible to change the origin of his bloodline. No matter what, since I've sensed the dragon clan, I can't let them go. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu decided, now that the situation in the heavenly domain was rather delicate, Qin Yu had a feeling that the extraterritorial devil race would take action. Even if his cultivation speed was 50 times faster, it was still too slow for Qin Yu. Subduing and devouring the dragon clan was the fastest way to become stronger. Qin Yu's original plan was to search for the dragon clan after plundering the fortune in the 9 States Heaven List battle. However, because of the invasion of the Saint Heaven-sealed world by the extraterritorial devil race, he had to change his plan. Now that the situation had improved, Qin Yu naturally could not stay in the Heavenly Emperor Palace forever. Otherwise, he did not know when he would be able to kill Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors. Just in case, should we ask the Heavenly Emperor Palace for help? The dragon soul asked, even if I don't ask the Heavenly Emperor Palace to follow me, they will not agree. Qin Yu smiled. The dragon soul did not need to remind him. He would not be polite when he needed to use the power of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Half an hour later, Qin Yu, accompanied by 3 Emperor Realm Masters, headed towards the location of the Dragon Clan's aura. If we go further, we will be in the territory adjacent to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, an Emperor Realm Elder raised his eyebrows slightly. The other 2 Emperor Realm Masters also looked at Qin Yu. Because of the extraterritorial devil race, the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had restrained themselves. However, this did not mean that these 2 great forces would coexist peacefully. When the limelight was completely over, the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty would have a super war. It might even affect the balance of forces in the entire spirit state. Because of this, whether it was the heavenly emperor palace or the sacrificial evil god dynasty, during this period of time, they did not send anyone to the other's territory. At least, they did not do so openly. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. The dragon's soul sensed that the dragon clan's aura was located in the northern territory of the spirit state. However, he did not expect that it would be at the border of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Could it be that the sacrificial evil godly dynasty had something to do with it? 3 elders! Immediately, Qin Yu discussed with the 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Not long after, Qin Yu, who had used his disguise technique, walked alone towards the location of the dragon clan's aura. As for the 3 Emperor Realm Masters, they had disappeared. Soon, Qin Yu arrived in front of an ancient city. This ancient city was one of the cities under the direct jurisdiction of the sacrificial blood god dynasty. It was tens of thousands of miles wide, and there were many powerhouses in it. Even in the ancient city, there was an extremely clear pressure shrouding it. This was an ancient city guarded by an Emperor Realm Master. For the Dragon Clan to appear here, Qin Yu felt even more that this matter was strange. They really took the bait. When Qin Yu entered the city in disguise, in a restaurant in the ancient city, a figure revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This person was AOD. Sure enough, as he expected, Qin Yu could sense the aura of the Dragon Clan. It seemed that Qin Yu had most likely obtained the inheritance of a powerful Dragon Clan. With that thought in mind, AOD quietly left the restaurant. At this moment, in the western district of the ancient city, Qin Yu stopped in front of a remote ancient mansion. This is a trap specially set for me. Qin Yu was able to sense that there were powerful formation array fluctuations in the surroundings of this mansion. But after stopping for a while, Qin Yu stepped in. The moment he stepped in, everything in front of him changed rapidly. The original mansion had turned into a turbulent ocean. Ao Jiu, who was dressed in green, broke out of the water and looked at Qin Yu, who had disguised himself. Half-step divine grade, 8 desolate wind flame dragon. Qin Yu sized up Ao Jiu, who appeared, and a light flashed in his eyes. 8 desolate wind flame dragon was a rare dragon clan with wind and fire attributes. If one was lucky enough, they could awaken 2 divine abilities of the dragon clan. Seal. After Ao Jiu appeared, he did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. The vast sea turned into a boundless cage, completely sealing Qin Yu. But in the next moment, an explosion sounded. That Qin Yu who was sealed directly exploded. He turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Incarnation. Ao Jiu was slightly startled and immediately rushed out of the sea array. Outside the residence, a figure was rushing out of the city at an extremely fast speed like a beam of light. Chapter 421. Kacha! Almost at this moment, an astonishing cold current spread out. Wherever the cold current passed, everything was frozen. In an instant, hundreds of miles of the ancient city turned into ice, causing a violent disturbance. The one who made the move was AOD, who was originally rushing towards the mansion. AOD's move was fast, freezing hundreds of miles in an instant. But he still couldn't stop Qin Yu from leaving. This little brat, he noticed it long ago. AOD raised his eyebrows slightly. With his current Emperor Realm cultivation, he naturally wouldn't fail to freeze Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu's clone was also frozen. Qin Yu had obviously noticed a trap long ago, so he had been using his clone to test the waters. Young master, could there be an ambush? With a flash, Ao Jiu appeared and asked AOD, who was about to chase after him. Even if there is an ambush, we have to chase after him. AOD didn't waver. Cold chi spread out as he immediately chased after him. This time, he had already alerted the enemy. If he couldn't capture Qin Yu, if he wanted to lure Qin Yu out again, there would be no other way. As for an ambush, this ancient city was already in the territory of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor Palace to send many Emperor Realm Masters. If it was just an ordinary Emperor Realm ambush, AOD wouldn't be afraid at all. Who dares to be presumptuous in my evil wind city? At this moment, a mighty roar sounded. An incomparably violent hurricane suddenly swept over. The ice in the ancient city immediately shattered inch by inch. I'll stop him. Aogio's body was covered in azure dragon scales, but his eyes had turned as red as magma. His cultivation had already reached the half-step Emperor realm. With the Dragon Clan's source divine abilities and secret techniques, although he couldn't defeat an Emperor Realm Master, but he could still delay him for a while. I seal. AOD looked indifferently at the Emperor Realm Master of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, then looked at Qinyu, whose aura was getting farther and farther away. He stomped his right foot in the air, and a layer of crystal-clear ice appeared, followed by endless cracking sounds. In an instant, the surrounding thousands of miles turned into a world of ice. The Emperor Realm Masters from sacrificial evil god dynasty who were rushing towards them had yet to react. He was frozen in the void, unable to move at all. The fear in his eyes was unconcealable. Pa! AOD moved his finger slightly, and the ice in the void of the ancient city immediately shattered. The Emperor Realm Master from sacrificial evil god dynasty shattered into pieces of ice and dissipated. Even the sovereign spirit was unable to escape this calamity, and its soul was completely destroyed. Whoosh! In the next instant, a shadow flashed across the ice. AOD used the ice escape technique to appear in front of Qinyu, who was also completely frozen. Long time no see. AOD looked at Qinyu indifferently. Back then, in the void dimension, his cultivation had been suppressed, and Qinyu had Taoist techniques. That was why Qinyu managed to snatch the purple thunder divine firmament dragon away. But now he was able to casually crush Qinyu. You should know what I want. If you want to live, you'd better know your limits. AOD pointed his finger, and an ancient ice seal entered Qinyu's body, trying to control Qinyu's soul. This is the Dragon Qi derivation technique. Could it be? But in the next instant, AOD was stunned. He saw Qinyu, who was still alive, turn into wisps of Dragon Qi and evaporate before his eyes. Attack! All of a sudden, two figures pounced on AOD at lightning speed. Vast Taoist techniques swept across the sky and earth, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. It was the Emperor Realm Elders from Heavenly Imperial Palace. Ancient space-time slaughtering array. At the same time, Aogio, Qinyu, and another Emperor Realm Master rushed out from behind. Qinyu used a slaughtering array, and the Emperor Realm Master did not hold back either, suppressing them with lightning speed. They had seen AOD's attack just now. Whether it was Qinyu or the three Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace, they knew that they did not have many chances. The three Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace were also high-level emperors. Otherwise, they would not have been personally arranged by Shirtian Gang to protect Qinyu. But even so, they could not kill an Emperor Realm Master in one move like AOD. Even the Emperor Realm Master from sacrificial evil god dynasty had just entered this realm. But it was difficult for even a high-level Emperor Realm Master to kill him in one move. It was easy for an Emperor Realm Master to defeat his opponent, but it was not as simple as a martial Emperor Realm Master to kill him. AOD's strength was evident. To be honest, if Qinyu had not used a secret technique to deceive AOD, their plan would have succeeded. They would have forcibly taken Qinyu away and would not have taken the risk. Roar! A sky-shaking dragon roar sounded, and Aogio, who was in danger, turned into the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. Destructive hurricanes and violent heavenly flames erupted, and AOD rushed out fearlessly. An earth-shattering battle immediately broke out. Get lost! AOD, who was stunned for a moment because of the Dragon Qi derivation technique, immediately came back to his senses. A dazzling, icy blue light bloomed all over his body, and icy blue ice blades burst out in an overwhelming manner. The two Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace attacked with their Dao techniques. They were either frozen or pierced through, and could not get close to AOD at all. Heaven's War Emperor Transformation. Immortal Stone Emperor Seal. The two Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace looked solemn. The Stone Emperor Divine Ability and War Emperor Divine Ability were used together, and they used all their strength to hold AOD back. Although their cultivation was not as good as AOD's, it was not a problem for them to hold him back with all their strength. As long as Qin Yu ended the battle, they could retreat. Pung pung pung. On Qin Yu's side, he had completely gained the upper hand in the battle. Ao Jiao could indeed match an Emperor Realm Master with all his strength, but only against an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. In front of a high-level Emperor Realm Master, he was still not strong enough. Qin Yu trapped Ao Jiao with a killing array, and after he could not escape, his hands quickly formed a seal. Wisps of mysterious dragon chi appeared between Qin Yu's fingers and turned into a mysterious light. Ao Jiao could feel the terrifying fluctuations from the mysterious light between Qin Yu's hand seals. Ao Jiao, who had revealed his 8 desolate wind flame dragon body, felt an uncontrollable chill in his heart. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. AOD also noticed the danger Ao Jiao was in, and the murderous intent in his eyes soared as a 100-meter-long ice dragon condensed behind him. Divine Ability, Heaven and Earth Freeze. With a cold roar, crystal, clear ice, blue ice talismans shot out and merged into the void. Ka. Immediately, an extremely shocking ice blue spread wildly. The sky within a 10,000-kilometer radius instantly turned into an ice blue and transparent world of ice. This time, the ice did not just freeze physical objects, but even the void was frozen. There was no space for living in this world, and it was like a huge ice cube. Heaven and Earth Freeze was one of the strongest divine abilities of the former Dragon Emperor. With a single thought, he could freeze the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and billions of mountains and rivers. Pung pung pung. The 2 Emperor Realm Masters from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, who were closest to the ice, kept shattering it, but they were not frozen. However, they suffered a heavy blow and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The Heavens War Emperor Transformation and Indestructible Stone Emperor Seal were completely turned into ice sculptures. Fight! On Qin Yu's side, the Emperor Realm Master who was suppressing Ao Jiao saw this. With a roar, with surging fighting spirit, he stood in front of Qin Yu, blocking the ice that was coming at him with all his strength. Seal! Almost at this moment, Qin Yu's hand seal slapped the air. The mysterious light turned into a stream of light and entered Ao Jiao's body. Chapter 4:22. Buzz. Immediately, Ao Jiao's 1,000-foot-long 8 desolate wind flame dragon body froze, and his flame-like dragon eyes dimmed. Ao Jiao. AOD's murderous intent surged as he turned into a stream of ice and blasted towards Qin Yu and Ao Jiao. Swish! But in the next moment, the mysterious light appeared from Ao Jiao's body. Let's go! Qin Yu took back the mysterious light and didn't stay to fight. He immediately retreated with the 3 Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace. His bloodline source was taken. AOD appeared beside Ao Jiao, who had transformed into the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. After a careful inspection, his expression changed drastically. In that instant earlier, Qin Yu had actually taken away Ao Jiao's origin bloodline. The dragon clan was basically crippled after losing their bloodline source. This made AOD's eyes burst with murderous intent. However, looking at Qin Yu and the other 3 who were quickly escaping, AOD finally suppressed his murderous intent. Having his origin dragon blood taken away by Qin Yu in such a rude and unreasonable manner. Ao Jio's condition was extremely bad. If he was careless, he might lose his life. Ao D had the urge to kill Heavenly Imperial Palace directly. But now the most important thing was to stabilize Ao Jio's injuries. Ao D immediately left with Ao Jio and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after the battle ended, several high-level Emperor Realm Masters from Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty arrived and immediately started an investigation. The death of an Emperor Realm Master guarding the city was not a big deal to their Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. But if someone dared to touch their people, the significance was different. This was a provocation to their Heavenly Imperial Palace. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Otherwise, their Heavenly Imperial Palace would lose face, and how could they maintain a foothold in the spirit state? Soon, a shocking news spread in the northern region, and quickly spread to the entire spirit state. Heavenly Imperial Palace invaded the city of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and killed their emperor. The spirit state, which had gradually calmed down because they didn't find any traces of the extraterritorial demon race's invasion. Undercurrents surged again as countless forces watched in the dark. If Heavenly Imperial Palace and Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty were to fight, it would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the power structure of the entire spirit state. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, it was a good thing for the other forces. As long as there was a war, the strength of the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the Sacrificial Evil Deity Dynasty would be greatly weakened. It would be even better if both sides suffered heavy losses. When this news spread, Qin Yu and the 3 Emperor Realm Masters had already returned to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. This time, not only did he injure 3 high-order Emperor Realm Elders, but he also deepened his grievances with Heavenly Emperor Palace and evil Sacrificial God Dynasty. More importantly, it had given the Sky Emperor Palace a top-notch Emperor expert. AOD's strength was definitely comparable to an Emperor Realm Master in the Central State. This was no small matter. Not long after Qin Yu returned to the Heavenly Imperial Palace, he was summoned to the Holy Temple by Shi Tiangang. In the spacious and majestic Sacred Hall, Shi Tiangang sat on the main seat. On both sides sat 20 Emperor Masters, all of whom were high-level Emperor Masters. The foundation of the Sky Emperor Palace, as a top force, was fully displayed at this moment. Among the 20 people, the 10 on the left were the descendants of the 3 emperors, and the 10 on the right were the descendants of the War Emperor. With such a big commotion, the high-level Emperor Masters on both sides could not sit still. Shan Feng, who is the Emperor Master who appeared in Evil Wind City this time. What grievances do you have with him? Sure, Tiangong's face was solemn as he asked straightforwardly. Obviously, he already knew what had happened. Provoking an Emperor Realm Master was not a small problem for any force. If the other party was also from a great force, it would be fine. But if he was a rogue, cultivator, then the matter would be serious. After all, having a great force meant having a family and business, just like the current situation of the evil Sacrificial God Dynasty and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The foundations of these 2 great forces were extremely shocking, but because of this, they had many concerns. That was why they had been restraining themselves from fighting. But if it was a rogue cultivator, the other party would not have any concerns, and the Heavenly Imperial Palace's influence was so large. Once the other party retaliated, it would be a huge blow to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. I don't know his background. As for the grievances, they were formed when we were in the void space last time. Qin Yu said with an indifferent expression, "The void space." Shi Tiangong's expression changed slightly. AOD's appearance had been sealed by the talisman stone. Now that Shi Tiangang was reminded by Qin Yu, he started to recall AOD. Shen Feng, do you know what kind of trouble provoking a top Emperor Master will bring to the palace? A stern voice sounded. A fat, high-level Emperor Master stared at Qin Yu with an unfriendly gaze. He was the descendant of a war general. He already had the intention to kill Qin Yu, who had suddenly emerged. The speed of Qin Yu's rise was too shocking. In the past, they only thought that Qin Yu's aptitude was at most on par with Sun Shiyu's. But judging from the spiritual state war ranking, Sun Shiyu was far inferior to him. Such talent made the descendants of the 12 War Emperors feel a sense of crisis. Since we have already provoked him, we just have to solve the problem. Qin Yu's expression did not change in the slightest. AOD obviously wanted to deal with him, so Qin Yu naturally would not be soft-hearted. If not for his lack of strength, Qin Yu would not have only taken the dragon blood of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. The dragon blood origin in AOD's body was the real deal. Presumptuous, you have caused such a big trouble for the palace, and you still don't repent. Palace Master, this matter must be severely punished and must not be tolerated. Another War General Emperor Master spoke in a dignified and righteous voice. Shen Feng did not do anything wrong in this matter. Someone wants to kill him, but he can't just sit and wait, right? Among the descendants of the 3 War Emperors, someone spoke. It was Sun Yunlang. I know Shen Feng's aptitude is among the best in the palace, but without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In the future, if everyone is as arrogant as him, won't the heavenly imperial palace be in chaos? The fat Emperor Master did not give Sun Yunlang any face. That's right. This matter is clearly caused by Shen Feng himself. He must be severely punished. The War General Emperor Master, who spoke before spoke again in a dignified voice. Just now, Shen Feng already said that he had a grudge with that Emperor Master because he fought over the 7-colored immortal Qilin in the void. Now, that Emperor Master wants to attack Qin Yu because of this matter, and you want to punish Shen Feng at this time? If you are really so afraid of that person, then just give the 7-colored immortal Qilin to that person. Sun Yunlang sneered, taking a step back in order to advance. Hand over the 7-colored immortal Qilin? When the descendants of the war general heard this, they all communicated with each other. That was a true immortal beast. Only a fool would hand over the immortal Qilin for a peak Emperor Master. In fact, Qin Yu did not say that he had a grudge with AOD because of the 7-colored immortal Qilin. However, the descendants of the 12 war generals did not know the specific details of how he obtained the 7-colored immortal Qilin. Now that he said so, the descendants of the war general would naturally have a preconceived notion. Shen Feng, go back first. The situation outside is too chaotic during this period, so don't go out to train for the time being. Shi Tiangang finally spoke and made a decision. Yes. After answering, Qin Yu took his leave. Chapter 4:23. Palace Master, this time, Shen Feng not only asked us to establish a peak Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, a war with the sacrificial evil god dynasty may break out at any time. Are we just going to let it go like this? The fat Emperor Realm Master, who is a descendant of a general, could not help but speak when he saw Qin Yu leave. Then what else do you want? Are we really going to hand over the mortal Qilin for a peak Emperor Realm Master? As for the sacrificial evil god dynasty, they took advantage of our weakness and forcibly came to the Northern Territory to occupy our territory. This shame can only be washed away by the destruction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. A war between the two sides is just a matter of time. Now it's just ahead of schedule. Shi Tiangang said indifferently. The fat Emperor Realm Master wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the General Emperor Realm Master next to him. What Shi Tiangang said was indeed the truth. The 7-colored immortal Qilin could not be handed over, and their relationship with the sacrificial evil god dynasty could not be eased. Moreover, since Shi Tiangang had already made up his mind, it was useless for them to say anything more. No matter what, Shi Tiangang was still the leader of the heavenly imperial palace. Even if they were unwilling to accept Shi Tiangang's decision, they could only obey. Now that things have happened, What we need to do next is to prepare to deal with the situation. The sacrificial evil god dynasty released the news on such a large scale, so they will definitely take action. We can't give them an opportunity to take advantage of. As for the Peak Emperor Realm Master, I will send the Shadow Guards to investigate. That's all. Everyone go and prepare. Shi Tiangang gave his orders in an orderly manner, and the descendants of the General Emperors obeyed and left. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Did Chen Feng really take the initiative to look for that Peak Emperor Realm Master? After the descendants of the General Emperors left, Shi Tiangang looked at the 3 injured high-level Emperor Realm Masters. Although Qin Yu's many actions had been quite strange in his eyes, but no matter what, it was too bold to take the initiative to provoke a Peak Emperor Realm Master. This was truly risking his life. Therefore, Qin Yu had to figure out what Qin Yu's intentions were. From Chen Feng's actions, he should know the strength of the other party. He even knew that the other party had set a trap for him. But we don't know the specific grievances between Qin Feng and that Emperor Realm Master. The only thing we can be sure of is that the Emperor Realm Master is from the dragon race. The 3 Emperor Realm Elders explained in detail how they had escorted Qin Yu to Evil Wind City. Dragon race? Shi Tiangang and Sun Yunlang looked at each other. Both of them were deep in thought. Qin Yu did have the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. Could it be the goal of the Dragon Clan's sovereign doesn't seem to be the 7-colored celestial Qilin? He seems to be purely after Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, his goal was the 8 desolate wind flame dragons' blood. Who knows, he might even have designs on the sovereign Dragon Clan. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters had now completely regained their senses. In the end, when he left, Qin Yu imprisoned the dragon blood. This allowed them to clearly deduce Qin Yu's intentions. Detain dragon blood? Shi Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly as a strange light flickered in his eyes. I understand. Don't tell anyone about this. Go and treat your injuries first. After a long while, Shi Tiangang said to the 3 Emperor Realm Masters, Palace Master, could that Dragon Clan's sovereign have subdued the golden flame heaven-burning dragon for Qin Yu? After the 3 Emperor Realm Masters left, Sun Yunlang asked. Even among the descendants of the 3 emperors, few people knew that Qin Yu had subdued the golden flame heaven-burning dragon, because this was related to the divination left behind by the 3 emperors' ancestors. Whether it is true or not, I'm afraid only Shin Feng knows. Shi Tiangang said. Then should we call Shin Feng over and ask him in detail? Sun Yunlang said. Forget it. After all, Shin Feng is different from Shi Jingtian and the others. He is still wary of us. It is impossible for him to tell us all his secrets. Shi Tiangang shook his head. Last time, they had already tested Qin Yu with their mind-bewitching technique. They had already figured out what they wanted to know. As for whether Qin Yu had any other secrets, it had little to do with them. Is there any progress on Jiu Zhao's side? Shi Tiangang had temporarily put Qin Yu's matter to the back of his mind. Currently, the most important thing for Heavenly Imperial Palace was to find the 4 divine herbs. It had been so long, but they had only found the 7-colored celestial Qilin. This progress was a little slow. Now, the discord within Heavenly Imperial Palace was getting more and more intense. This time, even the General Emperor Realm Masters had personally intervened and gotten involved in the dispute. This was not a good sign for the descendants of the 3 emperors. Fortunately, there was an external enemy, the sacrificial evil god dynasty, ready to make a move. The descendants of the General Emperors should not cause any trouble at this time. However, the situation of the descendants of the 3 emperors was getting more and more serious. Therefore, the refining of the Immortal Emperor pill was extremely urgent. Second Brother has sent news that the 9 Nether Yellow Spring Water is going to be auctioned in the East Continent, so Second Brother has personally led people there. As for the ancient divine Phoenix Bone, Big Brother is in the process of divination. It is said that there is a faint sign of it. Only the immortal spirit grass has not been found yet. Sun Yunlang said, "The 4 divine herbs for refining the immortal emperor pill were not easy to find. In the past, it would be difficult to find even one of them. Now, they had found one and had news of the other 2. Their luck could be considered good. However, Sun Yunlang and Shi Tiangang did not look happy at all. If it was a peaceful time, they would naturally have enough time to wait. But now, the situation of the entire Heaven territory was not right. It felt like a storm was coming, and a great calamity was likely to come. If Heavenly Imperial Palace wanted to survive, refining the immortal emperor pill became the most important thing. Let the subordinates investigate the immortal spirit grass. From today onwards, all Emperor Realm Masters, whether they are palace elders or guest elders, cannot leave the sacrificial evil god dynasty easily. We cannot let the sacrificial evil god dynasty take advantage of this loophole." Shi Tiangang thought for a while and said, "As for the guest elders, I will persuade them." Sun Yunlang was an emperor-grade artifact refiner, so many guest elders came because of his identity. Currently in the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the descendants of the 3 emperors still had the initiative. Apart from Palace Master Shi Tiangang, the emperor-grade artifact refiner Sun Yunlang and diviner Sun Guxing also had great influence. As long as one of them was missing, it would be difficult to suppress the descendants of the generals. Qin Yu, who returned from the temple, did not know that the internal conflict in Heavenly Imperial Palace was getting more and more intense. After he returned to the palace, he immediately took out the 8 desolate wind-flame dragons' dragon blood source. For Qin Yu, the most important thing was to seize the time to improve his cultivation. He did not have the time to care about the internal strife in Heavenly Imperial Palace. Of course, with his strength, he could not do anything. Ancient Battle Dragon Art. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul sat cross-legged in the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. After the space-time divine ability revolved, the 2 immediately refined the dragon blood. Rumble. Immediately, a majestic and vast river, like pure dragon energy, immediately enveloped Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul. Their cultivations and auras skyrocketed too. Chapter 4:24. When Qin Yu was refining the dragon blood of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon, at the junction of the northern and southern regions of the spirit state, in a hidden valley, AOD was healing Aogyo. As AOD used the origin dragon chi to cast a secret technique to help, Aogyo, who was originally weak, saw the situation. The dim light in his dragon eyes also brightened a lot. However, the dragon body that was thousands of feet long did not change. Originally, with Aogyo's half-step divine grade cultivation, he could already transform into a human form. Advancing to the Emperor realm was just around the corner. However, this time, Qin Yu had taken away the origin dragon blood, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged, and he could no longer transform. Young master, what is the background of that kid? A method that can directly detain the origin dragon blood, even in our dragon clan, has never appeared before. Aogyu, who could not transform, had flames rolling like lava in his huge dragon eyes, and his killing intent was monstrous. However, in that killing intent, Aogyo's expression was also filled with strong surprise. Qin Yu's methods made him palpitate and his heart turn cold when he recalled them. A secret technique that can detain the origin dragon blood is not unprecedented in the history of the dragon clan. When the ancestor subdued the dragon clan and established the eternal dragon nation, he had created such a secret technique. All the dragons who resisted were imprisoned in the origin dragon clan. Speaking of the dragon clan, Aod's expression was quite ugly. Aogyo was loyal to him and was regarded as his right-hand man in the future. Now, the origin dragon blood was taken away and his future was bleak. Although this operation had indeed lured Qin Yu into taking the bait, but in the end he lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. That kid, could it be that he has obtained the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor? Aogyo was shocked. Impossible. No one knows about the inheritance left by the ancestor, except for me. Aod shook his head, but there was a strange look in his eyes. But what? Aojo asked. That kid, in addition to the secret technique to detain the origin dragon blood, he also knows the dragon chi derivation technique. Aod's eyes slowly narrowed, and the strange look in his eyes became even more intense. Dragon chi derivation technique? What kind of secret technique is that? Aojo was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this secret technique. That was the supreme dragon art created by the dragon god emperor, who is known as the strongest in the heaven domain. Aod said, Dragon god emperor? Rumor has it that the dragon god emperor, who can steal the divine powers of the dragons and make all the dragons in the heaven realm flee from the heaven realm? Aojo was shocked. It had been so long since the dragon emperor founded the eternal dragon nation that many things had become mere rumors. However, the name of the dragon god venerable from 1,000 years ago was still as resounding as thunder. The dragons that had fled to the outer realm still did not dare to step into the heaven domain. It could be seen how traumatized that person was for the dragon clan. That's right. Aod nodded slightly. Since he wanted to recreate Eternal Dragon, he had no choice. Naturally, he had a detailed understanding of the dragon god emperor, who was crowned as the dragon god. Only the dragon god sovereign had ever used the dragon chi derivation technique. He fused his blood, chi, and soul energy with the dragon chi to form a derivative body. It could take the form of an avatar, and it could also take the form of a true body. It was a top-notch avatar technique. More importantly, since the fall of the dragon god emperor 1,000 years ago. Since then, no one had ever used that secret technique again. Qin, you actually knew how to. Young master, are you trying to say that the kid might have obtained the inheritance of the dragon god emperor? Aojo's eyes immediately changed when he thought of this. If it was true, I hope I'm wrong. Before Aod finished his words, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked at Aojo. At this moment, Aojo, who had revealed the true form of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon, suddenly froze. The dragon patterns on the dragon scales quickly dimmed. My divine powers are disappearing. Aojo's eyes, which had changed color, were now filled with fear. Aod's face also changed greatly. Aojo's situation undoubtedly proved that his prediction had come true. Northern region of the spirit state heavenly imperial palace, inside the dragon god ancient seal. Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands and crazily refined the dragon chi under the tenfold speed. His cultivation was already at the 3rd grade martial emperor realm, but he immediately broke through the barrier and officially stepped into the 4th grade martial emperor realm. The 8 desolate wind flame dragon's divine powers were also gradually seized by Qin Yu. 8 desolate soul extinguishing technique. The 8 desolate wind flame dragon awakened a wind attribute divine ability, abyss cold wind, which could freeze all souls in the world. It could be said that this was a divine ability that specifically targeted the soul. Different from Qin Yu's soul-devouring curse, the abyss cold wind could be used on a large scale. This had an excellent advantage in a group battle. A month's time quietly passed by while Qin Yu and the dragon's soul were cultivating. During this time, no one from the heavenly imperial palace came to disturb Qin Yu. Sure, Tian Gang and the others probably wanted Qin Yu to continue in seclusion like this, so as not to run out and cause trouble. In this month, the conflict between the evil sacrificial god dynasty and the heavenly imperial palace became more and more intense. At the border between the two forces, dozens of battles had already occurred, and hundreds of martial emperors had already fallen. However, the two sides did not stop, and even the conflict became more and more intense. It was only a matter of time before a battle between emperor realm masters occurred. Spirit State, Southern Territory border on a mountain peak. I haven't been here for a while, and the heavenly imperial palace has already started a war with the evil sacrificial God dynasty. On the mountain peak, there were two figures, one black and one white. They were the two ancient demon clans. Since they have started fighting among themselves, it seems that they no longer care about the alien race invasion. The muscular man in black had a ferocious look on his face, which was covered in a demonic curse. After all, it has been almost a year since the incident at the Holy Heaven Peak. During this time, they didn't find any traces of the invasion, so they naturally relaxed. The handsome man in white said, "Now that they have relaxed, it's time for us to take action." The ferocious look on the muscular man in black's face became more intense. Hee, since they want to fight, we might as well give them a hand. The smile on the handsome man in white's face became a little cold. 2 months passed. In these 2 months, the war between the heavenly imperial palace and the evil sacrificial god dynasty went as everyone expected. It had expanded to the point where Emperor Realm Masters participated in the war, and there were Emperor Realm Masters casualties. The more the two top forces fought, the more furious they became, as if they wanted to completely destroy each other. The Northern Territory was in turmoil for a time, and there were countless casualties. Even the situation of the entire spirit state was greatly affected. Heavenly Imperial Palace, inside the palace. Huff! In the space of the ancient dragon seal, filled with dragon chi, Chinyu exhaled a breath and slowly opened his eyes. A golden dragon shadow flashed in his eyes. 7th grade Martial Emperor Realm. Feeling the surge in his cultivation, Chinyu's face revealed a domineering look. Only now did his former Emperor Realm Master demeanor gradually reveal itself. This time, the dragon blood of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon had not only allowed Chinyu to break through 4 stages. The main dragon vein in his body had also transformed into a cyan grade dragon vein. This had already reached the dragon vein grade of his previous life's Emperor Realm Master. Chapter 4:25. The number of dragon veins in Chinyu's body had increased from 55 to 75. It was an increase of 20. Now, Chinyu's aptitude had officially reached the level of an emperor body. Furthermore, it was an emperor body with 75 times cultivation speed. In the entire heaven domain, there were very few geniuses who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. From this, one could see how powerful a half-divine dragon bloodline was. If he could obtain AOD's source dragon blood, Chinyu might be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. In the future, I won't have to rely too much on the Heavenly Imperial Palace. With Chinyu's current cultivation of rank 7 Martial Emperor, in addition to the 9 esoteric battle dragons, the divine abilities of the dragon race, and other means, even if he were to face an Emperor Realm Master, Chinyu would still be able to put up a fight. Even if he couldn't win, with Chinyu's means, he was still confident in escaping. To Chinyu, the shackles of his low cultivation were getting smaller and smaller. It was only a matter of time before he recovered his cultivation and killed his enemies. Ong! A dragon roar resounded. The dragon soul was refining its dragon chi. Cracking sounds could be heard from its body. It was as if its bones were undergoing metamorphosis. The pitch-black dragon marks on its scales were faintly changing. Its body had also grown several hundred feet in size. Its dragon might was even more vast and frightening. Rank 9 Martial Emperor. The dragon soul's cultivation was even stronger than Chinyu's. After all, the dragon soul did not need to consolidate its foundation like Chinyu did. It only needed to focus on increasing its cultivation. Previously, when it refined the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, the dragon soul had already reached rank 2 Martial Emperor. Now, it had broken through 7 ranks in a row. I wonder how the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty are doing. Calculating the time, it had already been more than 2 months since he entered seclusion. With the grievances between the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Heavenly Imperial Palace, they might have already started fighting. To Chinyu, this was a pretty good opportunity. Right now, he wanted to destroy the entire sacrificial evil god dynasty. Naturally, he couldn't do it. However, it was still possible to make the sacrificial evil god dynasty pay a price. With that thought, Qin Yu left the ancient dragon god's ancient seal. Of course, before leaving, Qin Yu had used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation. His cultivation was still that of a rank 3 martial emperor. The martial emperor realm was different from the martial ancestor realm. No matter where it was, this situation was not as simple as suspicion. Outside the emperor palace, sure enough, the battle has begun. After leaving the palace, Qin Yu immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere in Sky Emperor Palace. In next to no time, Qin Yu found out about the current situation in the Northern Territory. Although the war between Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had already spread to the Emperor realm, it was still not enough. However, the two forces had yet to engage in a decisive battle. Therefore, the battle between martial emperors was still the main battlefield. The two great forces also had a tacit understanding that they would not intervene in the battle between Emperor Realm Masters and martial emperors. Therefore, the younger generation of martial emperors from the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god court would occasionally go there to fight. But when Qin Yu went to the sacred palace to find Shi Tiangang, he learned that Shi Tiangang had left the Sky Emperor Palace. No one knew when he would return. As a last resort, Qin Yu had to go to Sun Yunlang. Sun Yunlang naturally would not agree to Qin Yu's request. Now was the time when the two great forces were in turmoil. Therefore, Sun Yunlang sent Qin Yu away with the excuse that the palace master was out and could not make a decision. In order to prevent Qin Yu from running away, he also sent 2 Emperor Realm Masters to follow Qin Yu at all times. Qin Yu did not say much and returned to the palace where he lived. Of course, he did not plan to leave just like that. For the current Qin Yu, it was impossible for 2 Emperor Realm Masters to stop him. But just as Qin Yu set up a transmission array and was about to leave Sky Emperor Palace directly, suddenly a loud noise came from the Northern Territory. The entire Northern Territory shook and countless cultivators were shocked. This fluctuation, Qin Yu froze and his figure flashed. He immediately rushed out of the palace and flew into the air. At this time, Sun Yunlang and the other Emperor Realm Masters had already appeared in the air in the Sky Emperor Palace. They were all looking in the direction of the eastern territory of the spirit state. Although they did not know what they were thinking, there was an extremely terrifying and vast pressure in that direction. Even Sky Emperor Palace in the Northern Territory could clearly sense it. What happened? Such a big movement. Could it be that some kind of divine artifact has appeared? There is a very terrifying pressure, stronger than the Emperor Realm Masters. Sun Yunlang and the other Emperor Realm Masters carefully sensed and talked to each other. Ancient divine force? The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal said with uncertainty. That majestic oppressive might that had swept over was exactly the same as the divine energy imprint that Qin Yu controlled. If it was really the ancient divine force, judging from such a big movement, could it be that an ancient god had come into being? It should be the ancient divine force. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a bright light. He had refined the ancient divine force, so his perception was clearer than the dragon soul and Sun Yunlang. Let's go and take a look. The dragon soul was eager to try. Although Qin Yu's divine seal did not increase his combat strength, it was because the divine force was too little. If the ancient divine force reached the level of true qi, that was the power of the ancient divine force that could crush the divine demon qi. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the increase in combat strength would be. Of course I have to go. Qin Yu did not know if anyone in the Heaven Territory had a way to master the ancient divine force. But now he could completely control it, so he could not let go of such an opportunity. Prepare the teleportation array immediately. Sun Yunlang and the others also reacted, and one by one the Emperor Realm Masters moved out and teleported to the Eastern Territory. This time, Sun Yunlang did not refuse Qin Yu's request and brought Qin Yu along. From the looks of it, it was most likely that an ancient ruin or an ancient inheritance had appeared. These two aspects were often limited by cultivation level, because most of the masters who left behind the ancient ruin hoped to find a successor for their inheritance. Therefore, the void space of the Fiend Demon Sea was not only limited by cultivation level, but also by bone age. In less than half an hour, Qin Yu, Sun Yunlang, and the others arrived at the place where the ancient divine force fluctuation appeared. In the distance, in the middle of the sea, where huge waves were surging, a huge divine rune light pillar that was a few hundred miles wide shot up into the sky and went straight into the clouds. In the divine rune light pillar, there was a vast and unparalleled ancient divine might that was earth-shattering. It is indeed the ancient divine force. In the void, Qin Yu saw the divine rune light pillar, and his eyes shone brightly. This seems to be the ancient divine force. Ancient divine force? It can't be, right? Isn't that something that only the ancient gods can cultivate? I have fought with the descendants of the gods of the divine land. There is no mistake. This is the ancient divine force. I have seen the ancient divine force cultivated by the descendants of the gods, but its power is far inferior to this divine rune light pillar. So this is the ancient divine force that is more orthodox than the ancient divine force of the gods' descendants. The ancient gods' ruin. Before the people of the heavenly imperial palace arrived, many forces had already gathered, and they were all engaged in heated discussions. If it weren't for the huge divine rune light pillar that was emitting a terrifying pressure, the people of the heavenly imperial palace would not have been here. The Emperor Realm Masters who gathered here would have rushed in long ago. At this moment, not only the spiritual state, but also the 9 states of the heaven domain, except for the divine land, each had a huge divine rune light pillar. For a moment, the entire heaven domain was shocked. Chapter 4:26. The entire heaven territory was shocked by the appearance of the ancient god relic. At this time, even the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty stopped fighting. With such a great opportunity in front of them, they naturally wouldn't start a war. As time passed, more and more forces from the spiritual state gathered. Even the masters who were fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield returned after hearing the news. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At a certain moment, the divine seal in Qin Yu's palm suddenly trembled. Qin Yu instantly sensed it and looked at the divine rune light pillar. Immediately, a huge, dark, ancient cave appeared above the light pillar that Qin Yu was looking at. An ancient aura from the ancient, desolate era swept out. It was as if one could return to the ancient, desolate era after passing through the dark, ancient cave. The appearance of the dark, ancient cave caused a commotion among the countless forces that had gathered. Obviously, the ancient god relic was about to be accessible. This feeling. At this moment, Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he felt the divine seal in his palm tremble. At this moment, the divine power imprint seemed to be resonating with the pillar of divine rune light. This surprised Qin Yu a little. Could it be that the ancient god relic is related to the divine seal? Swish! While Qin Yu was thinking, an Emperor Realm Master used a secret technique to summon a spirit beast into the dark ancient cave. The Emperor Realm Master closed his eyes slightly. He was connected to the spirit beast's consciousness, so he could sense the situation in the dark ancient cave. The other Emperor Realm Masters also used their own methods to sense it carefully. After a while, the Emperor Realm Master, who was the latest to act, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with joy. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed into the dark ancient cave. The other Emperor Realm Masters who sensed it also took action. There are strong ancient divine force fluctuations inside, but there are no restrictions. Emperor Realm Masters can enter. Let's go! In the heavenly imperial palace, Sun Yunlang and the others also sensed it and moved together. However, Qin Yu was sent back to the heavenly imperial palace by a high-level Emperor Realm Master sent by Sun Yunlang. Since even Emperor Realm Masters could enter this ancient god ruin, it was a battlefield for Emperor Realm Masters. Qin Yu, a martial emperor, was like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. Even the slightest ripple could be fatal. On the way back, Qin Yu quietly left a teleportation mark. The Emperor Realm Master who sent him back to the heavenly imperial palace had just left. Qin Yu left the Sky Emperor Palace through the teleportation formation and returned to the eastern region. This time, a bronze mask appeared in Qin Yu's hands. After putting it on, Qin Yu's appearance and aura immediately became completely different. This was a spirit artifact that Qin Yu had specially refined. Unlike the appearance-changing technique, this mask could change Qin Yu's aura and cultivation level. In other words, even an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to see through his true cultivation unless he took the initiative to attack. Soon, Qin Yu arrived in front of the huge sea again. After half a quarter of an hour, when almost all of the Emperor Realm Masters present had left, Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. Qin Yu did not wait any longer. He flew into the sky and entered the dark, ancient cave. After another 2 hours, the martial emperors who had gathered could not help but make their move. At this time, Qin Yu, who had entered the dark, ancient cave, appeared on a wild land. The whole world was filled with a wild and ancient aura that could not be erased by time. Above the desolate land, there were ancient divine palaces floating in the air. Every divine palace was surrounded by an extremely strong, ancient divine power. Qin Yu took a glance at it. Then, he flew toward a certain direction. After some time, Emperor Realm Masters had entered the divine palaces he saw along the way. There were even violent battles in some of the divine palaces. It contained the power of an Emperor Realm Master's Tao technique, as well as the power of an ancient divine force. It seemed that those divine palaces were not as simple as barriers. Qin Yu did not get involved in those Emperor Realm Masters battles. The direction he was flying in was the direction where the divine power ancient seal had been trembling. This ancient ruin seemed to be so big that it was boundless. Qin Yu flew at full speed for 14 hours. He did not know how many divine palaces he had passed, but he still could not see the end. However, the deeper he flew, the fewer Emperor Realm Masters he saw. Occasionally, there would be empty divine palaces that no one had entered. However, Qin Yu did not go to those divine arts. He knew that when the Emperor Realm Masters who had been fighting at the beginning came back to their senses, they would soon come to occupy these divine palaces. Therefore, Qin Yu was now rushing to the place where the divine power ancient seal was trembling. Qin Yu felt that there was something extremely important to the divine power ancient seal in that direction. After another 2 hours, Qin Yu appeared in front of a light gray colored stone palace hall. Although the other divine palaces were extremely ancient, they exuded a vast divine power. At a glance, they were extremely extraordinary. However, this stone temple was out of place with the other divine palaces in this world. The stranger it was, the more extraordinary it was. In the ancient ruins and ancient mystery realms, the oddities were basically the same as the opportunities. Qin Yu landed. The azure dragon battling the heavens in his body was restless. The dragon's soul also appeared beside Qin Yu. The two of them were quite alert as they walked towards the stone temple. The closer they got, the more intense the trembling of the divine power ancient seal became. When they arrived in front of the stone temple, the divine power ancient seal left Qin Yu's palm and attached itself to the divine power barrier outside the stone temple. Wang wang wang. As the divine power ancient runes spread out, the divine power ancient runes appeared on the barrier outside the stone temple. Visible ancient divine power was drawn out by the divine power ancient seal and was immediately devoured. In less than a few breaths, the ancient divine power in the barrier was completely devoured. Boom! The moment the divine power barrier dissipated. A wave of divine power as vast as the ocean rushed out of the stone palace, shattering the ancient door of the stone palace. The entire boundless ancient ruins shook slightly at this moment. Countless Emperor realm masters were alarmed. Qin Yu's face changed slightly. The divine power pressure was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Immortal Stone Emperor Seal. Qin Yu immediately used the azure dragon battling the heavens, and his cultivation reached the peak of the martial Emperor realm. The Immortal Stone Emperor Seal descended and protected Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul. Space-time divine ability. The Dragon Soul reacted quickly and formed a seal with both hands. The space around them was immediately filled with a terrifying power of time and space, separating the pressure of the divine power that seemed to have materialized. Qin Yu withdrew the divine power ancient seal. Runes spread out from his left hand and the divine spear in his right hand. Dragon Qi surrounded his body as he strode into the stone temple. In the stone temple, there was an ancient statue that was 1,000 feet tall. The divine runes on the statue shone brightly. The statue was not a human, but an ancient heavenly rock with its wings spread out. It seemed to be about to soar into the sky. The ancient heavenly rock statue was lifelike. After Qin Yu entered, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ancient heavenly rock statue seemed to be looking at him. This is a god totem. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed the ancient heavenly rock statue. Chapter 4:27. In ancient times, all living beings believed in the gods. Therefore, faith gathered into totems, and totems derived divine power. But the ancient gods were not limited to the human race. In that era when all living beings were in chaos, all kinds of gods emerged one after another. Therefore, in order to compete for faith, the gods fought, mountains and rivers shattered, and living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. This also sowed the seeds of disaster for the passing of the era of divine power. After all, people believed in the gods because they wanted good weather and peace. When the gods could not protect them due to the chaos and even affected them, more and more people walked the path of strengthening themselves. When this situation became the general trend, the passing of the era of divine power could not be stopped, and the era of true essence arrived. This ancient heavenly Peng statue was a god totem. The ancient heavenly Peng was a descendant of the immortal beast Kuan Peng, and its bloodline was extremely powerful, comparable to ancient beings. Chirp. Vaguely, there was a violent chirp. Immediately after, divine power emerged from the heavenly Peng statue like a vast ocean. In the ancient palace, it turned into a lifelike ancient heavenly Peng. Those majestic and indifferent eyes stared closely at Qin Yu. Like a hunter staring at its prey, it was filled with a dangerous intent to invade. This ancient heavenly Peng was not an inanimate object. It had intelligence. Be careful. Its strength is definitely at the level of an emperor. Seeing this, Qin Yu's dragon qi surged, and the array patterns on his palm became more and more powerful. This ancient heavenly Peng totem had not condensed the power of faith for who knew how many years. But now there was still a trace of spirituality that had not dissipated. The strength of the divine power was evident. The dragon soul formed a seal with both hands, and pitch-black dragon scales appeared on its body, surrounded by the power of space and time. Whoosh! Suddenly it was like a tornado. Qin Yu and the dragon soul only felt their vision blur. The ancient heavenly Peng had already rushed in front of them with vast divine power. Its sharp and cold claws slashed out, as if two houses were pressing down, as if to crush the souls of the two. With a loud bang, Qin Yu and the dragon soul were sent flying, and the aura on their bodies was chaotic. The strength of this ancient heavenly Peng was above Qin Yu's expectations, comparable to a high-level emperor. However, Qin Yu and the dragon soul did not suffer any major injuries. Instead, it was the primordial heavenly rock's claw that seemed to have been bitten by something as a huge hole appeared. This is. Qin Yu opened his right hand in surprise. The divine power imprint on his palm had multiplied by several times. This divine power ancient seal can devour the ancient heavenly rock's divine power? The dragon's soul also looked at Qin Yu's right palm. Just now, the god power ancient seal in Qin Yu's palm had a halo of god power that blocked the primordial heavenly Peng's huge claw. If it wasn't for the ancient divine seal, Qin Yu and Li Qia wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. However, what the dragon's soul was concerned about was that the divine power ancient seal had not only blocked the primordial heavenly rock's attack, but it had also blocked the primordial heavenly rock's attack. In that instant, it devoured a large amount of divine power from the enormous claw. The strength of their divine power was on a completely different level. Qin Yu was also quite surprised. He didn't know what kind of god this divine power ancient seal was. Previously, it could suppress the primordial demonic god's power, but now it could even suppress the primordial heavenly rock's divine power. Could it be that there was a difference in strength between the gods of the ancient era? Xiao! At this moment, the ruthless primordial heavenly rock swept up, surging baleful aura, and charged towards Qin Yu again. Wang! Wang! Qin Yu reacted quickly this time. His extreme speed flickered as he dodged the primordial heavenly rock. As he dodged, Qin Yu thrust his palm forward. Ancient runes spread out in the ancient palace. Qin Yu laid out the runes with his left hand while his right hand moved. Divine abilities, secret techniques, and killing moves shot towards the primordial heavenly rock one after another. Every time he attacked, the divine power imprint would devour a large amount of divine power from the primordial heavenly rock. The might of the divine power imprint grew stronger and stronger, while the might of the primordial heavenly rock grew weaker. Reversal of time and space. The dragon's soul didn't look at it and charged forward. As its cultivation reached rank 9 Martial Emperor, the dragon's soul's control over time and space had become even more terrifying. Spatial cracks appeared in the stone palace, helping Qin Yu dodge the primordial heavenly rock's attacks. With the two of them working together in less than 10 breaths of time, the primordial heavenly rock's divine power was weakened by more than 10%. What the divine power imprint devoured wasn't ordinary divine power, but the primordial heavenly rock's origin, divinity. Sealing divine light, space-time seal. The battle lasted for less than 15 minutes. After Qin Yu was attacked several times and his injuries weren't light, the killing formation he laid out was finally completed. Immediately, Qin Yu joined hands with the dragon soul. Xiao! 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 Mysterious rune light chains appeared in the void around the stone hall, completely sealing and suppressing the primordial heavenly Peng. Wang! Wang! Qin Yu slapped his palm on the primordial heavenly rock. The divine power imprint violently trembled and turned into a vortex of divine power. The vortex spun frantically, and a terrifying devouring power burst forth. Xiao! With a deafening shriek, the primordial heavenly rock was completely devoured by the vortex of divine power. Even the divine power in the entire stone palace surged into the divine power imprint. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the primordial heavenly rock statue, and it exploded with a loud bang. Qin Yu's body shook violently when the divine power imprint devoured the vortex of divine power. The primordial heavenly rock's divine power was so vast that Qin Yu felt it was difficult to control. Let's go! Qin Yu didn't stay any longer and immediately withdrew his aura with the dragon's soul and left. Because of the pressure emitted by the primordial heavenly rock, Qin Yu faintly felt several auras approaching. Judging from the strength of those auras, they were definitely Emperor Realm Masters. Qin Yu had just fought with the primordial heavenly rock, and his injuries weren't light. At this time, he didn't want to fight with an Emperor Realm Master again. Moreover, this primordial heavenly rock wasn't completely subdued. Half an incense stick's worth of time after Qin Yu left, a figure flew over. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was AOD. He ran away. AOD glanced at the stone palace and flew into the sky, carefully using a secret technique to sense. In a certain barren mountain in the god ruins, Chinyu sat cross-legged with an illusion array around him. Strong divine power fluctuations were constantly emitted from Chinyu's body. In the divine power imprint on Chinyu's palm, a great battle was still taking place. The primordial heavenly rock's divine power was devoured by the divine power imprint. However, the primordial heavenly rock's spirituality wasn't subdued. Therefore, Chinyu is now working together with the dragon soul to suppress the primordial heavenly rock's spirituality. The primordial heavenly rock's divine power was stronger than that of an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. However, in the current soul battle, he was suppressed by Chinyu and the dragon soul to the point that he was unable to raise his head. After more than 2 hours of suppression, the primordial heavenly rock's spirituality was finally subdued. Let's test the might of the primordial god. Chinyu's soul returned to his body from the primordial heavenly rock's divine power. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Appear! Chinyu formed hand seals with his hands. The divine power imprint trembled slightly, and a vast amount of divine power burst out. Behind Chinyu, it turned into a 100-foot-tall primordial heavenly rock. Grade 8 Martial Emperor. Grade 9 Martial Emperor. Peak Martial Emperor. Chapter 428. Boom! Chinyu's aura skyrocketed, directly breaking through the limit of the Martial Emperor realm and entering the Emperor realm. Although the world principles had not yet become Tao arts, the ancient heavenly Peng divine power was no weaker than Tao arts. Therefore, even if Chinyu did not use the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens, he could still match it. No, with his current strength, Chinyu was completely confident that he could kill an Emperor Realm Master. As expected of the ancient divine power, the dragon soul exclaimed from the bottom of its heart. Although it knew that the ancient divine power was very strong, it still did not expect it. When the number of ancient divine power increased, the power of the ancient divine power would increase tremendously. Of course, the increase in ancient divine power was indeed very strong, but breaking through to the Emperor realm had also reached its limit. Now I can finally go all out. Chinyu's face was full of smiles, and his domineering aura was even stronger. One had to know that he had not used the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens yet. Is his divine power being consumed? But then the dragon soul's expression changed slightly. After condensing the ancient heavenly Peng, Chinyu's divine power was being consumed at a very weak speed. Although that sort of flowing speed was not worth mentioning to Chinyu, who controlled his facial expression. But if the ancient heavenly Peng was constantly being consumed, wouldn't it be even faster during a battle? It seems that I can only plunder the divine power of the other divine palaces. Chinyu pondered for a moment. The situation was just as the dragon soul had predicted. The ancient heavenly Peng divine power was constantly being consumed. The more frequently it was used, the faster it would be consumed. In other words, the ancient divine power was a kind of consumable. If he wanted to have enough ancient divine power, he would have to plunder a large amount of it. Anyway, the ancient divine power seal was big enough to accommodate a large amount of ancient divine power. After thinking about it, Chinyu flew out of the mountain range and immediately flew in a certain direction. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Chinyu arrived at a temple. At this time, even the divine palaces in the depths of the ruins were already filled with countless cultivators. The fights and battles in this area were even more tragic than the divine palaces at the entrance of the ancient ruins. There were many casualties among the martial emperors and emperors, worshipping the evil god dynasty. Just as Chinyu was trying to figure out which divine palace's divine power to fight for, a voice suddenly rang out. 3 figures appeared in Chinyu's line of sight. The 3 people were none other than the sacrificial evil god dynasty. There was a strong fluctuation of divine power coming from the three of them. They must have just snatched the primordial divine power. Now, they were eyeing the divine power of another divine palace. A late-stage second great emperor, a mid-stage third great emperor, and a peak third great emperor. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Facing a second grade or third grade emperor realm master wasn't a problem for him right now. Immediately, Qin Yu quietly approached. Ever since he killed Kong Yaowu in the fiendish demon, Sea's void space, after learning that the sacrificial evil god dynasty's god emperor had disappeared. Qin Yu had always wanted to find the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty to investigate thoroughly. However, he had been busy with the spiritual state battle ranking list and the heaven ranking list of the 9 states, so he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had encountered one, he could directly capture the Emperor Realm Master of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. This divine palace belongs to our sacrificial evil god dynasty. The 3 emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty barged into a divine palace and spoke rudely. Sacrificial evil god dynasty? The 2 emperors who were fighting couldn't help but stop. We found this divine palace first. Are the 3 of you going to snatch it by force? Of the 2 emperors, one was a third grade Emperor Realm Master with a huge saber in his hand. He had a fierce face and a ferocious aura. Judging from his clothes and logos, his background wasn't small. He was from the Spirit State's 10 Superforces, St. Yuan sect. Next to the Saber Emperor Realm Master was a burly man who was more than 10 feet tall. His skin was covered with spirit tattoos, and his aura was like a rainbow that soared into the sky. Although he was only a peak second grade Emperor Realm Master, the combat power he had displayed before was enough to fight against a third grade Emperor Realm Master. He was also from one of the 10 Superforces' Great Spirit Palace. World spirit treasures have always belonged to the capable. Although you found it, you haven't obtained it yet. How is it that we are snatching it by force? Speaking of which, aren't the 2 of you snatching it from each other? The leader of the 3 from the sacrificial evil god dynasty was a black-clothed man. He was in his prime, and his aura was as vast as the sea unfathomable. Although he spoke with a smile, there was no warmth in his gloomy eyes. The orthodoxy of the sacrificial evil god dynasty was the Tao of sacrificial spirits, which was gloomy and evil. The evil spirits of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were evil beings that were born from the blood, and souls of countless living beings. Later, the evil spirits gained sentience, comprehended the Tao, and passed down the Tao of sacrificial spirits. That was how the sacrificial evil god dynasty was born. Although it had gone through ups and downs several times, the orthodoxy of the evil spirits had not been cut off. Until now, the sacrificial evil god dynasty was one of the top 7 forces in the spirit state. Of course, in terms of scale, the current sacrificial evil god dynasty was still inferior to the overlord of the East continent 1,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been gradually going downhill. Since you want to snatch it, let's see if you have the ability to do so. The Saber Emperor Realm Master from the St. Yuan sect had a cold look in his eyes as he slashed out a saber ray that tore through the void. His target was not the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, but the 3-meter-tall divine pillar at the center of the divine palace. Crack! The barrier around the divine pillar was shattered, and the entire stone pillar exploded. A terrifying divine power burst out from the divine master and turned into a phantom that was dozens of meters tall. Although the appearance of the phantom was unclear, it seemed to have a human body and a beast's head. Obviously, it was the divine power left behind by a god of a foreign race. No spirituality. Qin Yu, who had sneaked into the divine palace through the barrier using the sky evasion technique, had a glint in his eyes. The phantom with a human body and a beast's head did not retain its spirituality like the ancient heavenly Peng that he had suppressed. After the phantom formed, It immediately pounced out as if it only knew how to kill. The Saber Emperor Realm Master from the Saint Yuan sect and the sturdy Emperor Realm Master from the Great Spirit Palace did not hesitate. They rushed toward the three people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and lured the phantom toward them. Junior brother Qin Qing, go and suppress the phantom. Elder Song Han, we will deal with them. The sturdy Emperor Realm Master from the sacrificial evil god dynasty sneered and immediately rushed out. The venerable sovereigns called Qin Qing and Song Han rushed out with violent Taoist powers. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle broke out in the divine palace. If it were not for the ancient god seal, the entire divine palace would have collapsed in an instant. As soon as the two sides met, the three emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had the absolute upper hand. After all, the three emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were stronger than the emperors of the Saint Yuan sect and the Great Spirit Palace. If it were not for the phantom holding back one of the emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the two of them would have been defeated long ago. However, although they were suppressed, they were still in a one-on-one situation. The emperors of the Saint Yuan sect and the Great Spirit Palace did not show any signs of defeat. They seemed to have the intention of not letting the sacrificial evil god dynasty succeed, even if they could not obtain it. When the Emperor Realm Master, named Qin Qing, suppressed the god phantom, he would occasionally use his killing moves to interfere with it. Chapter 429. The three emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Although they had the upper hand, they could not kill the two emperors, and even defeat them would be difficult. They could only go all out and increase their suppression so that they could not interfere. In this chaotic battle, the five emperors and the god's phantom did not notice. There was a figure lurking in the dark. Qin Yu was known as the strongest emperor in his previous life, and now his combat strength had reached the emperor realm. With his means, it was not difficult for him to hide from a few second-grade and third-grade emperors. It's almost time. After a quarter of an hour, when the god's phantom was about to be suppressed by Qin Qing of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, a cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, and he suddenly rushed out like lightning. Martial Emperor Realm? Qin Qing, who was using sealing techniques to suppress the god's phantom, immediately sensed it. He was originally frightened, but when he sensed the fluctuation of the martial Emperor Realm, he sneered. He slapped his palm toward Qin Yu, and the power of his Tao swept out like a flood. How dare a martial emperor sneak attack him? He was digging his own grave. Oh no! However, the black-clothed emperor's face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted. Bang! A dazzling divine light tore through Qin Qing's Tao art and directly pierced his hand. If Qin Qing had not abandoned his right hand at the last moment and dodged in time with a secret technique, his head would have been pierced. Chi chi chi! The moment Qin Qing dodged, Qin Yu flashed and rushed to the god's phantom that was about to be sealed. Qin Yu opened his right hand and slapped the god's phantom. A vortex of divine power appeared and swallowed the god's phantom in an instant. Ancient divine power? Could it be? This sudden turn of events caused the great battle in the sacred palace to stop immediately. They were all shocked. They did not expect that someone had been lurking in the dark all this time without them noticing. The three emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were even more murderous. They were about to succeed in sealing the god's phantom. Who would have thought that the cooked duck would be snatched away from his mouth? More importantly, Qin Yu was emitting a vast and terrifying primordial divine power. Although there were many forces in the Qinyan realm studying the primordial divine power in secret, the Qinyan realm didn't have the ability to do so. However, only the descendants of the gods of the divine prefecture could truly control the ancient divine power. Could it be that the news had reached the divine land so quickly? Refine. Qin Yu ignored the five sovereigns, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. In the instant that he devoured the god's phantom, Qin Yu had a thought. The ancient heavenly Peng appeared from the divine power ancient seal and pounced forward with a tyrannical aura. The god's shadow was instantly torn apart by the primordial heavenly Peng and then devoured. Qin Yu's divine power ancient seal could restrain the primordial heavenly Peng. And now the primordial heavenly rock had directly crushed the god's phantom. It seemed like there was a clear difference in strength between the ancient divine powers. "Who are you, your excellency?" The black-clothed emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty stared at Qin Yu with a sinister look as he tried to test Qin Yu. As they spoke, the three of them locked their gazes on Qin Yu. They were from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. How could they suffer such a loss? Not even the descendants of the gods. This was the spiritual state, not the divine land. The forbidden techniques of the descendants of the gods could only be used in the divine land. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. Hand over the primordial divine power, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Qin Yu looked at the three sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and said indifferently, "Does this person have a grudge against the sacrificial evil god dynasty?" The sovereigns of the Saint Origin sect and the Great Spirit Palace looked at each other and quietly retreated. For Qin Yu to speak with such a tone, it was clear that he was targeting the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Not to mention the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Even the sovereigns of ordinary forces would not be able to resist leaving their corpses intact. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Sure enough, the three sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were enraged. With monstrous killing intent, they directly attacked Qin Yu together, 3 against 1, and with all their strength, they swore to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes were indifferent, but a tyrannical smile appeared on his face. His road to revenge officially began here. Whoosh! Whoosh! Divine power surged. Divine light flickered on Qin Yu's body, and 2 incarnations appeared, forming a 3-on-3 situation. Evil spirit soul severing technique. Die! The black-clothed sovereign glanced coldly and frowned slightly. He did not see through Qin Yu's incarnation. However, he did not stop attacking. His hands suddenly changed into seals. A frightening killing ability was unleashed. It was violently attacked toward Qin Yu, who was attacking him. Absolute demon kill. The sovereign named Song Han slashed with the ancient sword in his hand. An evil, bone-chilling, pitch-black sword light slashed toward Qin Yu at lightning speed. Ghost weep evil curse. Chun Qing, whose right hand had been regenerated, but his face was somewhat pale. His killing intent was even stronger. His entire body was covered with eerie, evil curses. Like an ancient, ferocious beast, he attacked with a destructive Dao. Die. The ones charging toward the black-clothed sovereign and Song Han were all incarnations, but Chun Qing was facing Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly punched out, and vast divine power swept out like a huge wave. In that vast divine power, there was also the power of destruction and slaughter. Under this punch, Chun Qing's divine power secret technique was directly shattered. He's here. Chun Qing had suffered serious injuries before, so he naturally had no chance of winning against Qin Yu now. Chun Qing also knew this, so after confirming Qin Yu's identity, he immediately shouted and retreated. The black-clothed sovereign and Song Han hurriedly pushed back the incarnations that were entangling them and turned into 2 streaks of light that rushed out. Secret technique. Chaotic starry sky reversal. Qin Yu shouted in a low voice. A stream of stellar chaotic energy appeared. It was the chaos great Tao combined with the heavenly stellar divine light. The black-clothed sovereign and Song Han immediately felt everything in front of them become chaotic. It made them feel as if they were in a boundless starry sky and were facing a huge resistance. Chun Qing, who was retreating, felt as if he had fallen into a muddy swamp. Before he could react, Qinyu turned into a streak of divine light and appeared in front of him. Flesh sacrifice, evil spirit protection. Chen Qing's face suddenly changed, and without thinking, he used his trump card. The eerie, evil curse on his body crazily devoured his flesh and blood, turning him into a bag of bones, like a skeleton. After devouring his flesh and blood, the eerie, evil curse floated out of his body and turned into an evil spirit shadow to protect him. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in an instant. It's been thousands of years, but you're still using these old tricks. No wonder you're going downhill. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not use any simple tricks, just pointed his finger. Evil destroying finger. With a bang, the evil spirit shadow was as brittle as glass and was directly broken by the divine power finger. Then, under Chen Qing's eyes that were about to pop out of his sockets, the divine power finger immediately pierced through his forehead. Seal. Chen Qing was straightforward. At the moment of life and death, he immediately released his sovereign soul and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, his opponent was Qin Yu. Chen Qing's method of dealing with it had long been within Qin Yu's expectations. Almost as soon as his sovereign soul left his body, Qin Yu had already made his move. A wisp of needle-like divine power pierced through his sovereign soul and restrained it. Chapter 430. How is this possible? In an instant, Chen Qing was killed. The black-robed emperor and Song Han, who had just broken free from the chaotic starry sky, were horrified. What terrifying strength! Where did this person come from? The war-saber emperor of St. Yuan's sect and the burly emperor of Great Spirit Palace were also shocked. Chen Qing was only a second great emperor realm master, but he had been killed so cleanly, and even his emperor's soul had not been able to escape. Such methods were simply too terrifying. Even they could not do it. After all, which Emperor Realm Master did not have a few life-saving means? It was possible to defeat them, but to kill them, there had to be a huge gap in strength. In fact, the evil spirit protection that Chen Qing used at the end was also a life-saving secret technique, in their opinion. At the very least, if they wanted to break it, they would not be able to do it like Qin Yu, who destroyed it with a single move. It was because of this that they were terrified. Now it's your turn. After putting away Chen Qing's body and emperor soul, Qin Yu turned around indifferently. The black-robed emperor and Song Han's faces changed slightly as they felt a huge pressure. The evil spirit protection was destroyed instantly. What secret technique is that? Song Han asked with a solemn face as he held the ancient sword in his right hand, surrounded by sharp and destructive sword qi. I have never seen such a secret technique before. It seems to be able to restrain the evil spirit protection. The black-robed emperor's eyes were also quite solemn. Qin Yu's ability to control the ancient divine force had already exceeded his expectations. Now that he could destroy the evil spirit protection with a single finger, he was even more shocked and felt a faint sense of death. The black-robed emperor was right. Qin Yu's evil vanquishing finger was indeed created specifically to deal with Emperor Jixia. In Qin Yu's previous life, he already possessed a deep grudge against God Emperor Jixia. Because Emperor Jixia's evil spirit protection was quite troublesome, he created this technique to deal with Emperor Jixia. The only time he had used it was in the immortal God graveyard, where he had severely injured Emperor Jixia. Shua shua. At the moment when they were communicating via voice transmission, Qin Yu was forming hand seals with his hands. An incarnation was condensed and charged forward. Slash. With the ancient sword in hand, Song Han charged out like a beam of sword light. A long pitch-black crack was torn in the void, and a sharp and piercing sword intent swept through the void. Ancient evil spirit seal. An ancient talisman appeared in the black-clad sovereign's hand. The ancient talisman burned, and an evil spirit phantom condensed. The illusory evil spirit he formed was far superior to the illusory evil spirit that Chen Qing had formed earlier. Even the face of the evil spirit was faintly revealed, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. It was infinitely close to the fourth grade Emperor realm. Rumble. The two sides clashed in an instant. Qin Yu's attacks were still incomparably ferocious. He punched out, and vast divine power exploded. Song Han's body trembled violently as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even the sword runes on the Emperor-grade ancient sword were covered in cracks. However, Song Han did not lose. Countless evil runes appeared on his body. Each of the evil runes trembled and neutralized the terrifying power of the ancient god power. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed through the air. A destructive pressure descended as the illusory evil spirit phantom around the black-clad sovereign punched out. With this punch, a vacuum area appeared where Qin Yu was standing. It was an air pressure explosion, and there was nowhere for him to hide. With a bang, Qin Yu was immediately smashed to pieces by the illusory evil spirit phantom. How is this possible? However, the black-clad sovereign and Song Han did not show the slightest joy. In fact, their expressions changed drastically, because Qin Yu, who had been smashed to pieces by the illusory evil spirit phantom, had actually turned into wisps of air and dissipated. It was a clone. Boom! At this moment, Qin Yu, who had been regarded as a clone by the black-clad sovereign, was as fast as a beam of light. In a flash, he appeared in front of Song Han and punched him fiercely. Faintly, there was the sound of thunder exploding. The next moment, Song Han's body shook violently as a bloody hole burst open in his body. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Through the bloody hole, purple lightning could be faintly seen rolling. Song Han's fierce eyes lost their luster. Even his sovereign spirit did not have the time to leave his body. Obviously, he did not have time to react to Qin Yu's attack. What's going on? That was clearly a clone. The black-clad sovereign's expression changed completely. He could not believe it. Qin Yu's methods were so strange that he did not even want to fight anymore. After sealing Song Han's body and sovereign spirit, Qin Yu calmly turned around. What he had just used was the dragon aura derivation technique. Even someone as strong as AOD could not see through this secret technique, let alone the black-clad sovereign. After turning around, Qin Yu looked at the sovereign of Saint Origin Sect and the sovereign of Great Spirit Palace, who were shocked. Qin Yu's gaze could not be considered to be very frightening. However, the two sovereigns shuddered the moment Qin Yu's gaze landed on them. They did not dare to stay any longer and immediately rushed out of the divine palace. First, it was a second-grade sovereign. Now, even a third-grade sovereign had been easily killed by Qin Yu. If they were to continue to stay here, then perhaps they would be killed by Qin Yu. The black-clad sovereign of the sacrificial evil court also wanted to escape immediately. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had firmly locked onto him. If he tried to escape, needless to say, he would definitely be fatally attacked. Who the hell are you? The black-clad sovereign stared at Qin Yu gloomily. Judging from Qin Yu's actions, Qin Yu definitely had a grudge against the sacrificial evil court. I'm afraid that I'll scare you if I tell you who I am. It's better if you don't know. Qin Yu walked toward the black-clad sovereign. Then die. The black-clad sovereign's face twitched. He roared and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which merged with the evil spirit phantom. The evil spirit phantom became more and more solid, as if it had a real body. Boom! Boom! On that demonic shadow's body were countless ancient demonic runes. Like 10,000 arrows, they shot toward Qin Yu from all directions. Obviously, the black-clad sovereign, who realized that he was in danger, sacrificed his own flesh and blood to increase the power of the evil spirit phantom. Whoosh! At this moment, a pitch-black light radiated from Qin Yu's body and instantly covered the entire divine palace. It was the Nine Hells Purgatory, the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The black-clad sovereign was shocked when his vision and senses were taken away. He immediately used the secret technique. Rip. But it was too late. The sound of space being torn apart could be heard. A spatial crack appeared vertically on the black-clad sovereign's body. The black-clad sovereign was split into two on the spot, his flesh and blood scattering into the air. The dragon soul's new superpower, the space-splitting technique, combined with the Nine Hells Purgatory, was a perfect match. Qin Yu withdrew the Nine Hells Purgatory and walked to the black-clad sovereign's sealed sovereign soul to devour the ancient divine power he had taken from him. Then he put away the sovereign body and sovereign soul. After killing 3 Emperor Realm Masters this time, the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. This aura! Just as Qin Yu was about to leave and find a place to search and refine the sovereign soul, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 431. Whoosh! Just as Qin Yu sensed something, a figure appeared at the entrance of the divine palace. The figure that appeared was none other than AOD. Not only did you see through my illusion, but you also chased me all the way here. You're really persistent. The dragon's soul was puzzled. The mask that Qin Yu made could change his appearance and aura. It should be related to the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. Qin Yu pondered. This was the only way AOD could recognize him and track him down. A rank 7 martial emperor killing 3 sovereigns. If this were to spread, the entire 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain would be shocked. AOD looked at Qin Yu with a strange look in his eyes. Obviously, AOD had witnessed how Qin Yu killed the 3 sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu was surprised to hear that, but more than that, he was astonished. That's right, astonished. Not only did AOD fail to bait him, but he even lost the 8 desolate wind flame dragons' origin dragon blood. Logically speaking, AOD should have killed him as soon as possible. But now, Qin Yu did not sense any killing intent from AOD. AOD looked at him as if he had discovered a big secret. I didn't believe it at first, but after the battle just now, I'm sure. You, AOD stared at Qin Yu and said word by word, "Are you the Dragon God Emperor?" This guy, the dragon soul, was shocked. Killing intent burst out of its body. This was Qin Yu's biggest secret at the moment. If this news were to spread, Qin Yu would be doomed eternally. If you think I'm the Dragon God Emperor, then I'm the Dragon God Emperor. Qin Yu was also greatly alarmed. However, his expression did not change in the slightest as he lightly laughed. He did not know how AOD could detect his identity, but from AOD's tone, it was obvious that he was doubtful. Obviously, AOD found it hard to believe that he was the Dragon God Emperor. If he admitted it now, it would only confuse AOD. As expected, AOD frowned when he heard Qin Yu's words. He didn't know if Qin Yu was deliberately saying this because he was in this situation, or if it was really the reincarnation of the Dragon God. You came to me just to talk about this? Qin Yu asked before AOD could speak. No. Other than that, I have other matters to discuss with you. AOD stared closely at Qin Yu, as if trying to figure out something from Qin Yu's expression. What? You still want to scheme against me? Qin Yu chuckled. Do you think that under such circumstances, I still need to scheme to deal with you? AOD had regained the aura of a top sovereign master, and his voice was filled with unquestionable dominance. Although Qin Yu had the battle prowess to kill a 3rd-grade sovereign, Qin Yu was still a 3rd-grade sovereign. However, this level of strength was nothing in front of AOD. Now that the sovereign masters of the Sky Emperor Palace were not around, Qin Yu was already a turtle in a jar. That's not necessarily true. If you're too confident, you might fall again. The smile on Qin Yu's face deepened, and he didn't seem to be worried at all. AOD's frown deepened when he heard this. He couldn't help but take Qin Yu's casual attitude seriously. Let's get back to the topic. From the looks of it, you don't seem to want to kill me this time. What is your purpose? Seeing this, Qin Yu asked again. I want the origin dragon blood of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. AOD also became serious when they talked about business. Sorry you're late. I've already refined the origin dragon blood of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. If you want me to hand it over now, I'll have to refine myself. Qin Yu shrugged to express his regret. Of course, with the mystery of the Archean battle dragon art, there was a secret technique that could condense the 8 desolate wind flame dragon blood in Qin Yu's body. However, that would cause huge repercussions to Qin Yu. If it was light, his cultivation base would regress, and if it was heavy, he would die. This was naturally something that Qin Yu couldn't agree to. Then hand over the origin divine ability. Don't tell me that you've also refined the origin divine ability. AOD's eyes darkened, and his face didn't look very good, but he wasn't surprised, because he had already sensed AOJo's origin bloodline from the dragon blood aura in Qin Yu's body. Now that the origin dragon blood was gone, he could only take back the origin divine ability. That's not it, but why should I agree to it? If I remember correctly, the relationship between us should be hostile, right? Qin Yu said faintly. It's very simple. If you don't agree, as long as I release the news that you're the dragon god, sovereign reincarnation, then even if you can escape today, tomorrow you will become the eye of the storm in the entire spiritual state and the heavenly realm. As far as I know, many of the sovereigns that the dragon god sovereign offended in the past are still alive. AOD said coldly. Although he didn't find out about the battle in the immortal god graveyard, he had investigated Qin Yu's connections in the past quite clearly. To be honest, AOD wasn't sure if Qin Yu was the dragon god sovereign reincarnation or had obtained the inheritance of the dragon god sovereign. But this wasn't important, since Qin Yu didn't look for his former friends and disciples, but chose to hide in the Sky Emperor Palace. That meant that Qin Yu didn't want his identity to be exposed. This guy, the dragon soul's eyelids twitched. AOD really caught his weakness. Even if there was no evidence, Qin Yu was the dragon god sovereign. But as long as the news spread, the star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors would definitely come. In the current situation, the only way to break out of this situation was to silence AOD. But with AOD's cultivation, even if Qin Yu used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to kill AOD. After all, AOD wasn't the same as the 3 sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It sounds like I don't have a choice. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and laughed. But I still won't agree to your conditions. The dragon soul's murderous, intense sword. Qin Yu was going to make a move. AOD narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu's reaction was a little beyond his expectations. Originally, no matter what kind of status Qin Yu possessed, he would not be able to ignore this threat. Aren't you afraid that I will spread the news? Or do you think I'm just scaring you? AOD said. You said it yourself that you might spread the news. Then, what's the use of giving you the divine ability of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon? Could it be that you won't threaten me again then? Qin Yu said calmly. He knew very well that AOD's goal was the dragon race in his body. If he couldn't restrain AOD, he would always be in a passive situation. To Qin Yu, this was something that was absolutely unacceptable. Anyway, he was already an Emperor Realm Master now. Exposing his identity was far from as bad as the dragon soul imagined. You're overthinking it. I came to you this time for 2 reasons. First, to take back the divine ability of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. Second, to join forces with you. When AOD heard this, he replied,